Hi, my name is Ilya. I'm the creator of Bulifier, and today I like to share with you the experience of building a game end to end with Bulifier. It's a real-time experience. I ran into real issues that was very fun to solve. Maybe not fun for all of them, but nevertheless, I was able to make it. And here's what we got at the end. So this little game, it took me about 3 days to finish it, with a total of about 6 hours. So I recorded most of it, most of most of the time you can see in this video. I hope you will enjoy it. Don't hesitate to write comments, create issues on GitHub. The game is open source. GitHub Bulifier is open source. So enjoy and let me know what you think about it. Cheers.
Hey, what's up? So in this video, I'm going to do a full end-to-end tutorial about how to use Bulifier. I'm going to show you all the real-life scenarios and how to really make games or applications with it. In this video, we're going to make a game and yeah, let's dive into it. Happy 2025. Let's go. This is the Bulifier app. Let's call a project Space Bugs because it's going to be a shoot 'em up Python game. Okay, so this is the main screen once you created a project. Schemas are all the templates used by AI. You can modify them, you can add new schemas. There are two main buttons on the main screen. One is to interact with the agent, and the second one is to sync bullet points files with regular code files. So let's start by asking our agent to create a game, create the game. I can do that because it has the reference of the project descriptions. And now we see the 00 is ticking at the top. It's the percentage of completion. And we can actually see what's happening here. So to create the game, it's the first queries that we executed. And the agent returned one command, which is the schema that we're going to use. It's Bulify. It will create new files, and those are the instructions. And for the second one, this is what agent executed. The Bulify schema, we can do it also manually if you like. Then in the logs, it's all the files that is created. So let's actually see what we have now. So it created a main py file. It's an entry point to our app. And we have here some game files. So do you see that? This is human readable bullet points description of your project, kind of like pseudocode. It's granular enough for the AI to go and just turn that into the raw file. So let's do that. We have the sync button, and let's go with the defaults at first. So we're starting to sync. The 00 is pinking again. The progress is running, so we generated some files. Cool. So let's see what it's doing. This is the main game file, and we see here while running game instance loop. And let's see how it translates. So while running, execute game loop from game instance. This is super clear. It was implemented one-to-one, right? Say a simple example. All right, but all of our files are done now, and the next step, we probably want to run them. So let's connect it to Git. We have here the clone button that allows to clone a repo. So let me switch to desktop and let me create a repo for us to play with. This is GitHub. I'll create a new repo. Let's call it the space bugs. Cool, I make it private. I need to add a README file because otherwise the clone will fail and because it needs origin setup. Okay, creating that. Next, I'll go to my profile, settings, developer settings, and fine-grained tokens. Create a new one here. And let's call it delete me. Awesome. I'm giving it access to all the repositories, but you can only choose one if you like. Then for permissions, I'll give it contents and commit statuses. We need those two to work with the Git library. Okay, creating the token. And I'm going to share it via Messenger. And let's also share the repo. All right, now let's go back to the phone and let's see how we can work with that. So this is the token. Going to use it as the password. Username is my GitHub username. And for the repo URL, I will take this one. Okay, I understand. Clone. Awesome. So what happened here is the README file is the one that was created on the repo. It first been brought into the device. Then all the files are managed in database. So a new folder was created. It was cleared. The README file was cloned in there, and then on top of that, the project files were applied. So if there are some conflicts, it will be overwritten by your project files. All right, now let's try to push it. You must commit first. So commit, add project. Cool. And push. Okay, cool. So now we have the files in our repo. And the next step is let's try and run it. I will use IntelliJ. Okay, so new project, space bugs. It's going to be Python. I'm using the Python free version. You can look it up in the plugins. And I guess just create. Well, let me grab the repo. Let's refresh that. Here, there are all the files. Awesome. Okay, let's clone. Um, well, yeah, I I messed things up. Um, yeah, let me redo that. Sorry. Okay. Git clone. Okay. Clone to spacebugs. Now I'm back to IntelliJ. And I'm opening space bugs project. Okay. Awesome. So this is our project. Let's say let's run it. Oh, okay. So there are a few things that don't quite work. Those dots to begin with. So let's replace those. Okay, remove the dots. It's missing some dependencies. Okay, so there are two ways for me to go about that. I can switch now to mobile and ask the AI to generate those dependencies, or I can do it manually in here. So let me switch to mobile. Okay, and let's tell our agent, I'm missing the UI game dependencies. Please generate the dependencies file. Okay. No settings found for schema agent. Huh? Never seen that error before. Fun. Let's try this again. Oh, now I see what happened. In the previous iteration, it went and it actually messed up the schemas folder. Let's see what it did. So when you ask it to create a game, no, I don't see that it's messing up with the schemas folder. Huh, not sure how it happened. But what we can do, we can go here, can reset schemas, and then apply them, and then that should fix the issue. Okay, so now I can say create dependencies file because I'm missing the py game dependencies. Make sure O is O. What I need is there. Okay, all right. So now it's working. Oh yeah, and we got the requirements bullet point file. Okay, and it tells us what dependencies it want to add. Okay, and now let's sync it to create the actual requirements txt file. All right, here, okay. We don't need all the hallucination of the AI, but this is the files that we do need. So let's commit and push it. Commit and push. Okay, and now let's switch to desktop. Okay, in here I'm going to do git pull, right? I got the requirements. Yeah, I don't need that explanation. Okay. I bet the versions are not up to date, but let's ignore it for a moment. Let's do. Now I need to do pip install for my versions, but where is my virtual space? Huh, I don't see one. I also don't see the git ignore file. So let me quickly tell to the agent, create a quick git ignore file. Create a git ignore file. Okay, and sync it. Then commit and push, and switching to desktop. And now let's do git pull, and our git ignore have a lot of comments. Okay, but overall it looks okay. And we need virtual environment. Okay, I checked a few ways how to do that. And one way is to do it via Python, and running Python, creating the virtual environment. But a more cool way to do it is to go to project structure and then add Python SDK and create it. Now let me plug in into the environment, or can I just install it like that? BNB scripts activate. Okay, now in my virtual environment, I can do feed install cursor requirements. Okay, so the other requirements that I had here, those are part of the system, Python system default. You don't need to import them. And I checked the latest version of the dependencies. Then I executed in the code to install requirements. The ID went through syncing. And now that portion is solved. So let's see what's happening here. Am I sharing my screen? I am not sharing my screen, am I? Oh man. Okay. I fixed a minor import issue, and now I'm trying to run the game. So let's see. Oh, yeah. I was complaining on that. So what happening here? It's real life. It's not always work the first time you run it in AI generated code. And so you still need to put some effort for it. No model name bullets. From bullets. Yeah. So last times that I attempted to run this, and do it again, we have an issue in here. Nothing here. Yeah, it's trying to create a player. It gives it the screen coordinates, what seems to be the middle of the screen. And in here, it just wants a start position because it doesn't move on the Y axis at all. So that's a problem because we do want to allow it to move on the Y axis. And it has this up method. Oh, position is an array actually. Yeah, okay. Sorry. So it's an array. Got it. So then then we just need to fix it like that, I guess. Just make it an array. Okay, moving next. Okay. Next one. Enemy. Same deal, right? Position, I guess it's an array. Yeah. It's really not readable, I must say. So move direction times speed, and direction is a vector. So it is a vector, I guess. It needs to be consistent in terms of direction across the board. So I say, let's put it as part of the game requirements. So let me switch to, okay, let's pause here, all right? Let's do something. Let's commit. Okay. And next thing, I want to switch now. In here, I want to go to the project and I want to say that it's a Python game. And how's it called it? And it's running as a Python UI game, engine game. It must use UI game vector. Let's just call it, say, vector2 for directions. And mapping, I would say. Okay, now I updated the project description. Next, I want to pull all the changes that we did. All right, so those are now applied to the raw files because we didn't manipulate on any of the bullet points files. And what I want to do now is something that it's dangerous. I want to go and I want to update all the bullet point files with the raw files. No sync is needed, everything is up to date. No, that's incorrect. Okay, that's an issue that needs to be, is it? Yeah, I guess it's an issue that needs to be fixed. But anyway, we can bypass it and say just update all. Okay, I'm saying update all the bullet points with the raw files. Because we made some changes. Let's hear what happened. It called to sync bullet points. Yeah, this is the only one that was executed. And you can see here the logs of all the calls. You're a helpful developer agent working on a Spacebox project. Here is our project description. The goal is to take a raw file and corresponding bullet point file as an input and produce an updated bullet points file that outline the high-level structure. And then it output that bullet point file. So it took the raw file as an input, and it outputted the bullet point file. See, this is the raw file that it gets as an input. And yeah, it's pretty big request, but it did that. Okay, so next, what I want to do on IntelliJ, it's so complex to show my screen, but let's use the gate. Okay, okay, this is the change list. So it updated the config to say that it's in pixels. Okay, it added the bullet file to say that it's allowing movement. Oh, it removed the imports. Odd. Says it determined bullet speed. Of this bullet position based on its speed and direction. Renders the bullet as a circle. Okay. The enemy was updated as well. I don't see any reference to vectors. I was expecting you to see more instances of that vectors that we mentioned in our project structure. But what I'm doing now, since we did something dangerous of updating our entire project, it's important to kind of review it and make sure that nothing is broken after our operation. Yeah, we didn't went through all of it, so it might not be as important, but yeah, just wanted to show you that it's one of the things that you need to do. The other part is after we updated the bullet point files is to regenerate the raw files. So let's do that. Okay, I only updated the changes, not all the files, just those who actually went through a change. So let's see how many files are those. Quite a lot. Okay. So actually, this is the dangerous part that I was concerned with. This is changing our actual source files. So let me commit and push, and let's see what this change have made. Okay. All right. So let's see what it changed. So for the requirements, it's trying to add those files again. And where is it coming from? Let's see. Requirements. Oh, okay. So in the bullet point file, it has those items. Okay, but it has now the proper versions inside the bullet points, so this is good. Okay, can I compare it to my local? Okay, so those are the changes in our locals that came from the last update. We don't need purpose on the raw file, so we can delete that message. Inside the bullets, nice. It's using the vector 2, which is perfect. And now our position is done with vector 2. It's great. Next one. Yeah, nothing in here. Some warning, but doesn't tell me. Okay. And player. Okay, player is now using vector 2 for position. And it updated properly the entire file. Great. Main haven't changed. Okay. Yeah, all right, awesome. So that looks good. This is actually what we wanted to see there. So now let's go back and try to play with it. Let's try to run our project. Yeah, missing some requirements. What's that? Oh, that came back. Yeah. Okay. Right. Awesome. And run the main. We are now getting an error for the enemy. Yeah, I guess enemy is now using vectors, right? For position. Yeah. Action is the vector, and here it is not. For game logic. Okay, let's tell our code, let's our agent to fix that. And let's see what's actually saying in the bullet point files. Yeah, just initiate the player class. It doesn't give it enough details. No, it's inside the setup method. Just game elements such as player and enemies. Yeah, it doesn't tell it how to initiate the enemies. So let's just add here and make sure to use vector for what was it? Location for position. Okay. And yeah, let's regenerate that. So commit and boom. And done actually. And now let's sync. No sync is needed. But we did update it. We did update it the player right? The game logic. We set the setup. Yeah, we added this condition. So maybe I need to update it from here. Yeah, what's going on? That it syncs the file and update it. So let's try again. Okay. So when I'm updating the files, there is an issue. It doesn't update the source files. Okay. That needs to be fixed. Okay, commit and push. Okay, so inside our game logic. Perfect. So it's now initializing the enemy with expected vector 2. Cool, so let's run it. Okay, good player, object has no attribute, handle events. Okay, what is a handle events? Let's try to read the game logic and understand. Inside the game logic, handle events, process user input events, the keyboard and mouse instructions. So it's the game logic. Then inside the implementation, it went through PY events. If event is QE, then stop running. Then listen here for key events. If you click space, it starts firing. Oh, it's missing here something. Is it saying? It doesn't provide the direction for the bullet because bullet wants position, speed, and direction. Why wouldn't the direction always be to the top? I guess it wants to be more clever. Okay, so maybe we can just prompt it to have some default direction if nothing was provided. Okay, and then goes to player and says handle events. What player is going to do with the events? We already shooting. I say, I don't know, it feels to me almost like we don't need this. Player level events handling. Yeah, let's just run it like that. And player has not root updates. Okay. What update supposed to do? We have update position and state of all game objects. So it goes to player and says update. For enemy update. Yeah, not implemented as well. Bullet update. Yeah, not implemented as well. And then if bullet tracked bottom is smaller than 0, then remove it. So that's take care of removing the bullets from the screen when they are no longer visible. Yeah, I would say that bullet probably need to remove itself from the screen. Yeah, I guess it's not very important. So now we really need to think about it, how we want to handle this situation. This is logical implementation of updates. And by the way, who is even calling updates? Let's see. Update is coming from the game loop. So inside the game loop, it handles event, call update, check for collision, render, and then do some clock ticks. Sounds reasonable for me. Yeah, for now, let me just remove it. I want to see if our game compiles or there are other major issues. You're missing assets, player shape. So let's add that. Create shape. Space. Let's use background, something like 2D graphics. Yep, that looks good. Also, it probably needs to be faced up, right? Needs to be a down game. Okay, I guess we can work with that. Okay, now I don't have any fancy tools for this. I'm just going to to work on it in PaintNet. Give me a few moments. Okay, so I played with the background. Okay, I played with the background, got that after about half hour of work. Not very happy with the results. So I went searching online, found free image background remover from Adobe, and got these results. So, yep, that looks much better. So let's stick with this one. Okay, let's see if it works now. Huh, okay, it's a start. I mean, it's not crashing anymore. So next, we can go and actually start looking and understanding the logic. So let's swap. There are multiple ways to go about this. I like to first stabilize the environment and then go and play with it, but you can do different things. Wait, I forgot to commit. Okay, Now let's pull. All right. So we got everything updated. The images in here, but look, it doesn't show up because in Bulifier I only load the text files. I don't load any raw files. But it's still there. It's in the repo. It will be just unimpacted by the changes we are doing from the Bulifier side. Okay. So now we can start reasoning about the logic. We can start trying to understand it, update it, and make sure it works, and then go back to the raw code. So let's start and try to capture the flow. We have the main entry point, act as a main entry point to stabilize and start space in the space box game. Okay. Then has the main method, initialize a py game and creates game instance, call the set of function of the game instance, and while it's running, execute the game loop. So let's see what game loop is doing. Game logic. And inside the game loop, we have continuously running loops that manages game states, event handling, and rendering. So sometimes it tends to be a little bit high level, not granular enough. We're going to fix wherever it misses explanation, but in here, feels to me it says rendering and event handling, game states. Yeah, it is usually general, but I would assume that that the AI would know how to properly convert this. Let's see how it was implemented. Game logic, game loop, handle events, update, check collisions, render, and the clock tick. So it will have some delay between frames. Okay, so let's tell it to be a little bit more granular on the game, so it will be easier to understand. Make the game loop more granular. Make it to call for update on all the components and make sure they all have an update method. Actually need the same for rendering, so do the same for rendering. Also check for collisions in the game loop. And collision check, let's do it on the game logic level. The game check level. So we are rendering the screen, we're calling for updates, we're checking for collisions. It was also something about system events, but let's not directly specify that. Let's see what that is doing. Okay. So I send a request and it responded with update the game logic. It gave it the context of player, enemy, and bullet. Refactors the game class, game loop methods to be more granular. Shows loop and separate calls, update methods on all game components. Yeah, but didn't created the update for all the components, which is not exactly what I asked to do. Okay, let's see what's doing now. Game loop, while the game is running, call handle events, update game state by calling update on player, enemies, and bullets. Degrade check collision to detect and handle any object collision. Render updates by calling render to draw game elements on the screen. Use clock to control frame rate for smooth gameplay. Okay, that sounds about right. And I didn't talk about clock, to edit by itself. But I still want the update to be on all the components. So let's do it like this. When I'm inside the game logic, it will share the currently open class as a context with the agent. When I'm on the game level, it will only share all the files with just the purpose. So see how each file, sorry, this is the raw file. You see how each file has a purpose. So file name and purpose, it's what's shared with the agent when I'm calling it on this level, but when I'm inside one of the classes, one of the files, it will share the content of the file. So from here, let's call the agent and say, and update that, update and rendering method for all the components used by the game logic. Okay, let's try it like that. And what it did is, no, it only chose to update the game logic. Oh, not what I asked it to do. Let's do it on this level. But before I do that, let's first commit. Just so we can roll back in case something goes wrong. And update and render methods to the components used by the game logic. Now, it barely have enough context to be able to process that successfully. So I'm relying on its reasoning capabilities to really figure this out. And this is also why I created a backup before entering this phase. So let's see what it's doing. So this is what we asked it. And nice. So it updated the player, the enemy, the bullet, and the game logic files. So let's see what the player is doing now. So in update, process player input for movement and shooting, update all bullets by moving them, manage the player current status, and ensure bullets are kept in sync with player actions. Nice. By the way, it has here the player class and the bullet class inside the player. We don't need that because, oh, I didn't show you that. This is a full screen mode for when you're looking at the content, and just get here by double tap the screen. So double tap. Let me go back to bullet, yeah. And let's ask it to remove the bullet from the player file. Remove the bullet class from the player file. Okay. So I deleted the bullet file. This is not what we asked it to do. Arr. We asked it to delete it from the player file. Instead, it deleted the bullet file. Oh well, I guess I should have saved before calling this, so we can delete this now. So player, oh, and it removed it from here as well. No, it's definitely not what we want to do. Okay, roll back. Can roll back by hard reset. Remove all uncommitted changes. And roll back. So let's try this again. I guess now we also need to add the update. Again, yeah. Update, add, update, and rendering methods to player and to all the components used by the game logic. Yeah, that's a little bit annoying. One of the things that I'm planning to do is to add auto commit option each time you execute an agent command, and then kind of allow you to roll back to any specific commit. I think it will be super useful, but for now, this is what we have. We have move throw on the bullet. Yeah, it's missing our command. It added update player enemy bullets. Ensure the rendering and update methods are present and aligned with game logic. Okay. So I didn't saw it on the bullet level. Let's see if it has on the player. So we have it on the player. We have it on the enemy. We don't have it on the bullet. Yeah, I think it's because inside the player we have this additional bullet class that's just messing things up. So let me just manually remove it. Oh, and it has global methods as well. Okay. So I need to be inside edit mode and then just select that. Follow it and delete. Remove all of this. Okay. So now let's save and ask the agent to update the bullet again. Update the bullet file. Make sure it has update and window methods like method sync with game logic. And thinking about it, when you're shooting bullets, you need to shoot them from the player location. So player and bullet needs kind of to be synced with each other. And who is going to handle this logic? Do we want the game to handle this logic? Or do we want the player to manage the bullets? Huh, that's an interesting one. I would say it's something that probably the game need to manage. The bullets. Yeah. So this is what we asked, and it updated the bullet. It gave it the game logic as a context, and ensure the bullet class is update and render methods that are synced with the game loop logic. Okay, that sounds better. So what we have here now, where is the move method? Sorry, where is the update method? What's going on here? We set the Bulifier file for bullet, and this is the output that we got. It has an update here. We have the update on the bullet file. I just missed it. Oh yeah, sorry. No, it's here. So we have the update here. Call the move method to update the bullet position in game, preparing it for the next loop cycle. Yeah, that's perfect. So now let's sync and let's see how our app is working now. But what's nice about this kinds of way of thinking about the game, we kind of know and understand the entire flow. We understand the logic. It's not that we just see the output and tell the AI, oh, the bullets are too fast, too slow. I want to change the thing. We understand exactly everything, how it's laid out, how the components are connected to each other, who is doing what, and this is what I meant by saying you're reasoning on the bullet points level. Yeah. All right. Let's switch to our game. Then let's pull. Oh, I didn't commit it. Sorry. Commit and push. Okay. Let's pull. Right. And now let's run it. Yep. We're starting to have issues in here. Import assets as image. Update import. Not sure what it meant by that. Sometimes the AI will just kind of tell you things to do. And look, inside the player, it still ended up generating the bullet. Yeah, we definitely don't need it here. But by the way, it's using the bullet image. So we need to produce that thing. And we need to import a bullet. So from game bullet, import bullet. Okay, that fixed it. But for the constructor, it also wants speed, direction, radius, and colors. It has defaults for those. Speed. I know what the speed should be because it's a numeric thing. Yeah, let's give it a default of high. And direction is a vector, which is initialized here. Oh, by direction. And it needs to have X and Y. So we need to think how we do that. It needs to be in sync with the player, obviously. So um, I'm not even sure how it was even planning to initialize that. Oh, I guess no, it needs to get X and Y and then OX or float or sequence. Let's just give it a value, I guess, to satisfy it for now, and then see how it plays out. Okay, what else is broken? No, it's actually starting to move. I'm clicking on the buttons, nothing happening, but I guess those squares were enemies. Just kind of started to drop from the top. So let's go and see how our logic was implemented. Inside game logic, we see game loop. It's doing handle events. For event in game, if event type is queued, okay. Runtime is key down or space up. Yeah, it has space and key down. Let me try to press those. Okay. Space caused the game to crash, and down, the item down is not doing anything. All right, we'll figure that out. Um, let's continue with the game loop. So it's handle event, update. What's update is doing? So first call for player update. And why it's not jumping in? Use the update of the player. Huh, that's interesting. I was trying to enter player update and kind of just didn't work. Oh, because it doesn't have the type of the player. I need to give type hints. Yeah, let's add that to project description so it will give type hints so we'll be able to properly navigate the game. Let's go to project description. And in here, let's say you must use type hints in Python. Okay, now, okay, but now we need to regenerate everything. So let's forsync everything. We hope we are not breaking it too much. Actually, wait, let me revert. No. I want to first commit our changes. We didn't did much, but let's commit whatever we did on the desktop. Okay, I committed it. Let's pull. And now let's do the sync. The sync is running for each file, and it has both the bullet points and the raw context when it's doing the updates. Okay, let's see if it did the sync. Okay, that was fast, I must say. All right, so let's commit that and push. Okay, let's switch and see what happened. So git pull. Don't see many changes. Git show history. Local. It just ignored me. Yeah. Why not just ignoring me and that's it? It's an empty commit. So there's nothing in here. Let's try it again. Okay. Let's see what we can do to have those type hints. We probably can specify it on the Bulifier, on the bullet points level. So let's do that. Let's say add instructions to all bullet point to all files, I guess. Because I'm saying files because it's getting only the bullet points as reference, the agent, when it's working on it. So I don't need to say bullet points. It's not for me to say files. Add instructions to all files to make sure type hints are included in Python. Hit send. Let's see what's it's going to do. So it's it's going and making this call on all the files pretty much, even on git ignore. We don't need it on git ignore. Yeah. And okay, and it's done. So let's see. Yeah, I don't see it in here. Let's go to another file. I don't see actually where it added those instructions. Nevertheless, let's try to sync it again and see if it did any change. Doing all and updating all the raw files. Okay, all the raw files were regenerated. Commit. All right. Let's do a pull. Okay. It did a lot of changes. Let's try and see. Oh, look at that! It added the type hint. That is awesome. So going to game loop, or was it in update? Going to update. Yep. Now it brings me to the player. Awesome. I know, maybe it's a small thing, but it was important to me and I was able to achieve it. So it's great. And just for the curiosity, let's see if it messed up anything or just added the types. So I'm doing show history. I'm looking at one change before the last one. I'm comparing it with local. Okay, so for config, nice, it just added the types. In here, for the bullet points, yeah, I still don't see anything on the bullet points levels that made a change. Okay, just remove that comment. Yeah, pass to vector, that doesn't sound right. I guess let's keep the comment because it's mocking it up, but when it's generating the raw file, maybe it will have more context. So I guess let's keep it. Position vector 2. Okay. It did some small changes. I don't think anything major. Oh, look, types on it added types on the bullet point level. This is how it did it. It added the types in here, and so when it's converted into row, then it knows to use it. I guess it is useful. It's a clever way to achieve my requirement. Yeah, definitely worked out. And it didn't change anything beyond adding those types on the raw file, so that's perfect. Oh, yeah. See that here it added assets, and on the move, it changed the logic a little bit. Oh, this is how it's implementing the movement with the vector. I guess it tells it how to change on each uh, I'm not sure how to say this word in English. Axis, y-axis and x-axis. Those are the changes. Okay, as the shoe, the draw, the update method, integrate movement update. Okay, now I'm happy. It looks good. I saw a few errors, so let's try to fix those and see how it runs. So it's missing the assets model and how it's used. Image, okay. So layer shape, we edited inside images, layer shape. And now it needs to take it from assets. Let me check. What import do we need for this? What Python dependency do I need for check the latest version? By game assets. So I want to add it into requirements. I want to add it into requirements. Find the latest version. No, I want you to do it for me. Okay, thank you. Okay, so in here, we can say that it's requirements. Okay, and then install them. But it's still not happy. Why it's not happy? And oh, it says PY game assets. What? So how I'm supposed to do it? Like that and call it assets. Okay, let's just make sure. Yeah, in here it uses asset images. So we change it to UI game assets as assets. Okay. Now let's try to run it again. So now it is not able to load the image. Why not? Yeah, I'm not a Python expert, so I'll just ask in ChatGPT. Okay, so I had a chat with say ChatGPT, and here what it came up with. It says that the method that we use of py game assets to load assets is deprecated, and you need to do something like that, load image with image converter. So what I'm thinking is let's move the image loading outside the player into its own zone, and there we will use whatever new APIs needed to be used. So let's switch, move all in the assets and all the image loading into a utility assets loader tool. Okay, let's see how it handles that. Oh, and I didn't do any commits. So let's see what's going to happen. Okay, so it says move player to utils and enemy to utils. And it also, yeah, it's moved everything to utils. And then it created a utility asset loader. And then it says rebulify the player and enemy and bullets. Okay, so I don't know why I did that. One thing is that it's not working yet, or it's not been done yet in Bulifier. It's moving the bullet point files without moving the corresponding row files, which is a little bit annoying. Yeah, but I definitely don't want to have player, enemy, and bullet inside utils, that's for sure. And where did it created the utils? Oh, and then on the root, it added the utils folder. Okay, let's move it. Let's move it to game utils. Right now the button is on top of the util, so I'm not able to reach that functionality. Can I flip it? No, still not helping me. Oh man. Okay, that needs to be solved. But the folder is empty now. Okay, and now it's in game, and in here, I want to move everything out except the assets loader. So let's just ask the agent to do that. Move everything out from the utils folder into the game folder, except the Fields file. Okay. Yeah, it's not listening to what I'm telling it. And it moved the assets loader directly into the game. And now, oh, come on, I can't reach it, man. Okay, at least I can delete this empty folder. Thank you. Oh, and now I can reach it. So I will move it to utils. Aha, right, it's done. Now let's sync it. We changed the file, so I think I will go just with changes only. Okay, commit and push. I still think we're going to have to deal with whatever way that was implemented. But nice, it created player image pass, enemy image pass, and bullet image pass. All everything that we need to load in one place. All right, let's hope it's a change for the best. Let's switch to desktop. Okay, full. Up to date. I forgot to push. Yeah. Oops. I'm okay. All right. Let's pull now. And we have some conflicts because I forgot to push those changes last time. So come on. Let's resolve those. What? Even the conflicts? I don't see it. Oh, no, it just asked me to commit my changes. Sorry. Now we have some conflicts. Around that pass and the asset loader. So let's just take those changes and plus everything from the right side. Done. In here, it's the asset loader. And let's delete the things. I've been trying to play with that. Okay. Pretty much taking everything generated by Bulifier. Yep, just took everything from there. So now let's try to run this. And it fails on, yeah, that comment. I guess it did not like that. So pass to assets, load bullet image. So our asset is in here, assets loader. Okay, and I'm not happy about those dots. Right, but we can fix it. Where was it? In here. So it's inside game, tools, assets loader, import, assets loader. Use that. Okay. Let's try to run again. Okay, let's see the enemy. Okay, here as well. Assets loader. How are you supposed to use it? Oh, it has static methods, right? And then what the instructions for it? So in here, it has attributes and methods. So without a class, this is why there are static methods and it has load image. Okay. In here, we are creating an instance of it, which is incorrect. And then no. Let me go back to the previous implementation. Load enemy asset. Yeah, it needed to be more specific in the implementation, how exactly it's going to do that. Yeah. So it needed to say something like asset loader, load image, and then for the pass, it needs to use those passes, which by the way are incorrect because we placed our stuff inside images. So images, and I need to create the other files, but we have player ship. Okay. Enemy image pass and bullet image pass. Right. So can I say asset loader that? Yeah. Enemy image pass. This is how you're supposed to use that thing. Okay, so let's also update our previous changes. This is the enemy. This is the bullet using assets loader. And then, yeah, not like that. We want to be like that cloud image bullets. Yeah, nice. Let's remove the arrow down. Cool. And so the last one is we did player enemy. Wait, did I put for enemy? No, I gave the enemy. We need to go to do the player. Yeah, it's broken here as well. Game. This. Slow down. All right. Oh, asset loader that. Slow down. How I'm supposed to import the thing? Did I try that? Loading match. Let's try to run it. So here it's not utils. It's game data utils that assets loader. Game data utils that assets loader. Okay. Yeah, and we are missing some images. Okay. Let me work on that for a second. Okay, I created the enemy image and we have the player. And also I noticed that instead of calling the load image, we have here dedicated methods for bullet, image, and player. So I replaced using those. Yeah, now let's run it and see what we have. Okay, so I just load the images and it's instead of those red tracks that we had before, it's obviously not great. So let's work it out. Let's commit first. So the first thing that I noticed is that it created, let's start by pulling. Oops. Yeah. The first thing that I noticed is that it created a bullet image. Now, we probably don't want image for bullets. We probably want to use some simple drone vector for this. So let me prompt the engine for that. Change bullets image to be a simple shape graphics. And I don't see that it changed anything. So it says Bulifier file, which is updated file, bullets py, and assets loader. So it's supposed to create two commands, two calls to update those files, and then also player and enemy. And it resulted in just two calls. It updated the player and it updated the player again. Do I read this right? No, it updated the player and the enemy. Let's do it manually. Yeah. Sorry. Okay, so I'm using the Bulifier file, the path is bullet py. I'm just copying what was given earlier. And that's it. Send. Okay. Okay, yeah. So now it's using RGB color. some radius. So with those two, it will generate the bullets. Yeah, in the throw, it draw a circle representing the bullet on a given surface at its current position using the specified radius and color. Okay. Like that. And push. Yeah, so that solves the bullet assets. That just verifies that it was also removed from the asset loader. No, I still have the bullet here. So remove the bullet set. Can you just simply work this time, please? Again, it's time. Oh, it's doing update schema. It rewrites the schema. Why? It rewrites the schema. It's so inobedient. And now it deletes the bullet file and the entire assets loader. Come on. Why is it doing that? Yeah, it's gone. Yeah, we definitely don't need this. So cancel and reset. That's a mess. Update asset loader to remove left to remove bullet assets. Behave, behave. Thank you. Oh man. All right. Looks good. Moving on. What we saw earlier is that our shapes are way too large. They are starting from some distant place and just scroll down. So let's say update who is controlling the size of those items anyway. Inside game logic, we have setup, which just initialize elements, and then run. Yeah, I don't see anywhere that talks about the size of the items. Right, let's go to enemy. So it's position, speed, direction, bullets. I don't see that it has size calculations. So let's say that make sure to set the proper size for enemies and the player. The size needs to be based on the screen size needs to be some portion of it. Okay. I guess my requirement was a little bit high level, but let's see how it's been interpreted and dealt with. So it updates the player and enemy files with the config. Okay, updated the player file and the enemy file. Okay, this time it works. All right. And also, I didn't show the player ship on the screen. And what is the logic for player ship? Um, right, it's not here. It's inside the player. Yeah, let's say player ship needs to be positioned relative to the screen. Also, let's make sure that we have screen reference when we're running the update methods. Each time once update needs to provide the screen reference to all the components. So the update method needs to be updated for all the components in both the update and the methods. Yeah, it's a little bit lengthy, but I hope that it understands me. And let's see how it's going to handle my request. It updates player, enemy, bullet, and game logic, which is perfect and kept all of them the same instruction. Updates the update another method to ensure each component receives screen reference to positions and relatively to the screen during gameplay updates. Okay. I like the direction where this is going. And so for update, we have the surface that we're given during the update. And where's the render method? Oh, so the render method was part of the player, but now it's became a static method, which is incorrect. Let me just manually change that. So I really just need to delete this. And spaces. Okay, I am AI. All right, for enemy, update. Yeah, looks good. And bullet. Render, where is the update? Yeah. Oh, for bullet, it gave screen size as a tuple. Oh, what the game logic is giving them. Update the player state with reference to the screen to ensure position adjustment. It was vague. about what exactly is going to pass them. But it was the surface. So let's just align everything. Right? Your game surface. Make UI game surface to be the input for update and render methods. Okay, perfect. And it made the correct change. So with that, let's commit and then let's sync. And commit again. And finally push. All right. Let's see what we have now. Let's pull. Right? Let's see what's happening now. Yep, I don't understand this error. Let me ask the expert. Okay, so it says the ways that we are dealing with the vector is incorrect in here. The multiplication. Okay, just copy there. Let's run this again. Okay, so it was fine there. In here, it needs the surface. Do we have reference to a surface? Yeah, it's the screen. Self screen. Now player. We don't have screen size inside config because we have screen width and screen height. And here it was, it wants to have it like this, screen width and screen height. This is what I understand from this error. Okay, we have our ship on the screen. It's static. It crashes when I hit the space button. It's not moving. Okay, but we have some change in the behavior. Yeah, so let me commit that. And let's see. Let's try to look into the logic again. Okay, cool. Okay, so in our game logic, we have the game loop, initialize and handle its event for capturing and processing user inputs, utilize update, deploy check collisions, execute window, implement clock. And for update, first of all, the player is too large. I would say that's the first issue we want to solve. So, you know what, before going to game logic, how does the player adjust its size? Size, represent player shape, size, proportionally adapting to screen dimensions from config. Okay, so the player size is coming from config. Let's go to config. We have player speed, frame per second, we have screen width, screen height. I don't see here player size. So what exactly is it looking at on the config? Size, it doesn't say. Just imports the configs. Okay, and how is it implemented? Okay, so it's taking the size from the image, not even using the size from the player. So let's define player size to be, I don't know, small portion of the screen. Make the player size to be small portion of screen. Yeah, we want to change the reference to self image gateways because the image is too large. Indicates the dimension of the player image. No, size cannot indicate the dimension of the player image. That's, oh, wait, I'm inside. What? I'm inside player PY and oh, it updated it with to be a bullet point file. Okay, delete. And then here, okay, and here we have the proper size coming based on the screen size for player size. So let's see if it updated the config as well. We only have player speed in here. And player size. Okay. I didn't say where I want to add player size because again, I'm inside the config file and it's getting it as a context. Screen width, enemy speed, bullet speed, player size. Okay, just give it a tuple without specifying the exact size. That's fine. So now let's sync. And earlier I deleted the player. So what it's going to do, it will sync all the bullet point files that got updated. Plus it will create raw files, you see like here, for just the player. Yeah. So perfect. That worked well. Now, let's see. if it fixed anything. Let's go to, let's see the implementation of player. So now player size, it doesn't look good. I'm inside player py, just the raw file, but it gives me a bullet point format. Not good. Delete and sync again. What is it doing? Oh my God. Please create a normal player. Okay, thank you. So now, where's the size? Let's take player size. Perfect. So now it's taking the size from config and we should have a better player. Yeah, let's commit that and push. Okay, we don't need those nodes in here. Thank you. No, it's not asset loader. It's game logic. Oh, it's a from. Come on. Okay. All right. That's better. Oh, it created the bullet class here. Why it created the bullet file here again? We don't have it inside the player. Was removed. Just one class player. Sometimes it hallucinates badly because we recreated the player. So we kind of need to fix all those things. But when we are modifying player, we don't really need to fix those things because the raw files provided us context and it's asked to maintain as much functionality as possible. So most of the time it just works well. Okay, and with that, did I deleted the enemy last time instead of deleting the player? Is that what happened? Oh man. Uh, bytes. Okay. The parameter in image. Makes more sense. Bullet update. So inside update, the player, the enemy is updating the bullets. I feel like it's not going to work well. So I need to provide a script.
and it's calling render by itself. I think it's coming from, oh, it's not coming from the game as it's supposed to. Isn't game in get rendering logic to visualize present game elements. Okay, and what's the implementation? Render all the enemies. Oh, for all the enemies, it calls draw instead of render. And what's the difference between render and draw? It's a little bit messed up, I would say. Render and draw, it's essentially the same method. You can work with draw if you prefer that syntax. Okay. By the way, when you see those yellow lines go away, it's because I'm clicking the shortcut to reformat the file. And then, so it was before like that, and it added here an empty line as it was complaining, and that went away. Yeah, so let's try to run it again. Game logic, player doesn't get any information from the screen from in the constructor. Okay, now we are filling on constructing an enemy. So what was the previous implementation? Oh yeah, I want to compare it to this one. It had direction, image, the size based on the image. I don't know, I like the previous version more. Let's revert. Okay, let's try this now. We still have an enormous image of, what is it? Player? No, that's the enemy, I guess. Yeah, that's the enemy, and that's the player. Okay, enemy, you're too large. So it's taking screen width divided by 1,000. But it just scales it down, not sets the exact size. Um, can we, not sure how that thing works, but can we say it like that? Just try it. Yeah, now it's tiny. Oh, look, I can even move on the screen. That's a progress. We didn't saw that before because the enemy was on top of the player. So the player is tiny. And I'm changing the enemy, and now it completely disappeared. Because screen width divided by 1,000, maybe it's a very small value. So it's divided by 5 and play it again. Okay, now we have the enemies kind of crushing it. They're all too close to the player. Let's play with the size again. Let's divide it by 10. Yeah, that's nicer. I want the player to automatically shoot, and I want the player to be bigger. So let's go to the player, and it's taking the player size, which is those values. I guess it's width and height. So let's double that to 100. And I guess it also needs to be proportional. So this is 1024 by 1024, and player is, yeah, it's also 1024 by 1024. Let's just keep the ratio. Make it even bigger, say 200. Okay, that looks nice. By the way, I cannot move down below that point, and I'm limited to move up and to the sides. When I'm clicking space, crashes. Okay, player doesn't have a rect. What's rect? I guess it's game logic, key down, space, bullet. So it wants to create a bullet around the center and the top of the player rect, which is supposed to represent player position on the screen. So how player is handling the movement? There is, yeah, I guess it's inside the update, enemy update, bullet update. That should crash because it didn't get the screen. Oh, by the way, the update here is also missing the screen. So in game logic, requiring player update is the screen. What I was looking at a moment ago wasn't the player. Oh, it's the game logic. Sorry, I was inside the game logic. So it's updated the enemies, it updated the player. When it updates the enemy, it's not providing the screen for the update. When it updates the player, it does provide a screen for the update. The enemy is not having a screen inside its update method. It should. Okay. And for bullets, they don't want the screen, I guess. Yeah, but they're not doing anything with it. They're just moving towards their current position. Anyway, let's provide the screen. And again, it wants the bullet tracked. Okay, So I think rect is important. It's an important indicator for the current location. We definitely need this. So let's commit our changes. And let's make sure that we have this rect. Okay. Each component, or should I call it entity? Each game entity must have a rect property to identify its current location. At this moment, it feels to me that I like an interface that will have few methods like update, rect, and draw. I don't think Python is built that way. Yeah, so it asks to attract to player and bullet and enemy. Okay, perfect. The other things that I wanted to do is I have the render and update methods. And sorry, render and draw. I want to consolidate those two. Consolidate the render and draw methods. Consolidate, or should I just say merge? Render and draw methods for all the game entities and update the game logic. The draw method must have screen input. Okay, let's run that as well. Taking its time. Okay, but I think it's done now. So for player, we have direct, we have move, shoot, throw, and update methods. For enemy, we have move, shoot, throw, and update. And inside game logic, we have update, render, engage in rendering logic to visually present game elements. Then display on game entities to draw themselves into screen. Yeah, but now it's not enough for me for the game logic to have just render. I want it to be explicit that it's going to call the old elements and call the draw method for all of them. So rename render to draw and call for all the game elements draw method Passing this, passing the screen reference. Okay. Let's see if it's going to be nice and listen to us. Okay, draw. Close the plate and calls the draw method for all game elements, providing the screen as reference surface for each render themselves accordingly. That's something that I like. Sounds good. Push, and let's see how it works now. Wait, because we need to sync first. So, okay, sync. Beautiful. And push. Okay, so let's pull, right? We have now the rect with the type, but it's still complaining on the button. Why? Okay. So what's happening now? Let's just try to run it, I guess. Let's start running it and see what's going on. So it's the loader again inside the enemy. Why it keeps messing this up? This is the ones that we want. This is the ones that we want. Okay, and now it added the rect and the top left for now. Check collision. It now check for rect collide. Nice. So it has a rectangle collisions that it can speed things up with. Okay, looks good. Let's run this. Okay, so now it's starting to move again. I'm shooting and it's still collided and it's still crashed after I shot. It crashed. Load image for bullet. Why it loading images? We switch that to use not images, but instead use shapes. Let's see. It has color and radius for a shape. Huh? Okay. And it still chose to load assets. Let's try to regenerate the bullet class on Bulifier. Oh, let me just pull first or commit first. Okay. And okay, let's do the sync. I think that nothing's supposed to change. Yeah. Nothing needs to be changed. Everything is already synced. So what I'm doing, I'm going to bullet. I'm doing a dummy change. Just, I don't know. Setting a space in here. Then I can go back and I'm regenerating. So now it syncs just the bullet file. Okay. And it's still using the asset loader. And I think the reason it's doing that, it's because it has the bullet py in context. And so it's looking at that and maybe it decides, oh, let's maintain this functionality. Because it does create the color and radius. And then what's it's doing into throw circle. Yeah. And it's checking if it has image. I think we just need to update this manually. Okay, so let me just go and delete this line of image. And also in draw, I will delete those. Okay. And now I will do it again. I will go to bullet py, into the double space. And I will ask it to regenerate it again. So it's supposed to only update the bullet file. Let's see if it brought back the assets or it behaves. Yeah, it didn't brought back the assets. Okay, yeah, so perfect. So let's try to run this again. Still crashing. This time it's for the update. It says it's missing the surface. And it doesn't know what bullet is. Oh, we said it. Yeah. So for update, needs to get the screen. And again, I'm not sure why it's doing the bullet updates on player, because the player is managing the bullets now. It's not super clear to me. Still crashing. Oh, it's a function. It's not an attribute. Okay, that makes a whole lot more sense. So it needs to be like that. And the same deal is here. All right, let's try this again. Okay, I can shoot, and it shoots bullets very, very oddly. I wonder if I run it fast enough, if I can shoot down something. Yeah, I was able to shoot down some of those bad guys. All right. So I think next we need to fix the position, the direction of the bullets and the monsters. The direction of the bullets is, I don't want to to tell it to update all the files. So let's see who is controlling the bullets. We have the bullets inside the player that shoots the bullets. So it makes sense for the player to know its own position and should be able to shoot the bullets. And then inside game logic, we also have bullets. And it's throw them. So how the bullets inside the player are connected to the bullets inside the game. So in here, when it shoots, instantiate a new bullet object at the player current. Oh, what is it doing? Sorry, I'm in edit mode, so it was messing up with my scrolling. Yeah, initiates a new bullets at the player current locus and add it to bullet list for further processing and rendering. Okay, and this is the list of bullets defined directly on the player. Then inside game logic, we also have bullets. And during updates, it removed all the update logic. Why? It was more detailed before. Now it went back to that. Okay. Okay, we'll deal with that. But first, let's decide where we want to keep the bullets. If we're keeping them on the player, who detects the collision? At the moment, I'm a little confused how the bullet was able to shut down the enemy. So it checks the off screening here on the bullets, and it has direct and update and move. Then game logic, it has check collisions. And it's talking about checking if the bullet is colliding with the enemy. We have similar logic on the player side. It is not. So somehow the collision check on the game logic works. How on earth it's implemented? So it's looking on bullets and checking here if they are colliding on the game logic. Inside update, it's running player update, enemy, and bullets update. Oh, maybe it's the same bullets list. How player was initialized. No, player is initialized just by itself, just player. And then inside the player implementation, wait, hold on. Yeah, sorry, had somebody at the door. Okay, so player has a bullet list and it has a move method, a shoot method, where it append a new bullet. And updates, during the update, it updates the bullet with the screen. Yep, sorry, I don't see how that thing works. All right, I guess I need to debug it. Let me pause here, debug it, and figure this out. Okay, I found this. So apparently inside the game logic, we have handle events, and it's really not described in here, but in the actual implementation, where we have the handle events. When you click space, it creates a new bullet and add it to the bullet list. So the bullets are managed on the game level. They are not managed on the player level. Okay, so let's remove them from the player. Remove the bullet logic from the player. This. Come on, it is managed elsewhere. I'm not telling it that it's managed inside the game because I'm afraid it will try to manipulate the game somehow. Did it just remove the bullet class or the player class? So it deleted player. No, thank you. And yeah, it deleted the player. Not good. Yeah, I want to update that. So hard reset. Hi player. That's not what I meant. Let's try like this. Remove the bullets logic. Okay, now we're inside the player and I'm asking it to remove the bullets logic. Hopefully it will just update the class. Okay, perfect. We just removed the, no. What is it doing? Okay, I'm asking remove the bullet logic and it says delete, hit the bullet file. But also it says rebulify, oh, the player. Yeah. So, oh, okay. So it's updated the player, updated the game logic, and removed the bullet. Not what I asked for. Okay, reset it, going to player, remove the bullets logic from the player class because they are already handled in the game logic. Don't remove the bullets file. Game needs it. Okay, I guess I cannot give it half information. And it did nothing? Okay, it's just did Rebulify for player, which is perfect. We are inside player, but it still have the bullets. And I don't see that it actually executed it. Oh man. Let's do this manually. So I'm going to player. Oh, yeah. So I will have the pass. We're going to player. I'm creating new. I had to slide down. It didn't automatically slide to the top. It's actually a huge list, you see. It's kind of the same screen and with those items like that. Okay, and now this is the instruction and I want to do Rebulify file. This is the schemas that you want to execute on the player. Send. Okay, processing. Okay, perfect. Now it removed the bullets from the player. All right, but we have other issues as well. Our game, when it creates those bullets, which is not even in this file, but when it creates them, it doesn't provide the correct direction. So let's make this logic more explicit in here. Add more granularity about keys handling. When pressing space, we want to shoot the bullet from bottom to top direction. So we are giving it a direction, and let's start with that. Let's start by being able to properly shoot bullets. Let's see if it's going to be nice and listen to us this time, or just ignore our request. See? Yeah, I don't see any changes. And it executed the Bulifier file, game logic. It was the correct schema, it was the correct path, and the correct request. And then on the handle events, yeah, I see here the proper response. So why we didn't saw it in the game logic? Do I need to refresh it? No, I just don't see it here. So it wasn't just, so it was just not applied to it. Yeah, just taking it manually. Okay. I just manually copy paste the thing. Oh no, I think what's happened here. It's just it applied the changes, but it's just so long. Let me wrap the text. So long. I just didn't read the entire line. The line's just so long. Oh well. All right, so it did work. Okay. Let's now sync it and see if it breaks anything. Inside our game logic, check collision didn't change, not noticeably anyway. And inside handle events, we have the space, we still create the bullet. Yeah, I think it didn't change much, but maybe it did change. So, so just see. Okay, So I was just recording for half an hour without clicking the recording button, which is great. So let me show you what I did meanwhile. First of all, inside the bullets, I updated the speed to make them a little bit faster. And the problem with the direction is just those two values. It decides the movement on the X and Y axis. So I changed it from 1, 0 to 0, -1. Can it solve the problem? Meanwhile, I'm not too worried about updating it in another place. Then I was working on fixing Bulifier, fixing the enemies moving from top to bottom. I went to Bulifier and I told it that I want a pass and I want the enemies to follow that pass. And what it created is this spawn enemies method. Verify if sufficient time has elapsed since the last enemy spawn and the currently active count of enemies is less than predefined maximum. Create and update new enemy instance to the enemy list. Reset the enemy spawn timer. Oh, you know what? Let me actually show it to you on the Bulifier side. It will be easier. So not that one. Okay, this is what I said. Makes enemies appear randomly on the screen. Keeps the count between 3 to 8. Add some delay between adding new enemies, but you can add random number of enemies at once. The enemy's movement needs to be in some random loop over the screen, so maybe build a pass with 8 coordinates and have them follow it. Now, building a pass and having them follow it, this is big thing. What it did, it updated the game logic, the configs, and the enemy. It updated the enemy file. Huh. It updated it twice. I wonder how that worked. And yeah, and it just gave it those instructions. And so now the enemy is, yeah, it's having this pass that it's following. So this is the implementation. Now the enemy has this method generate random pass, construct a class pass of up to 8 random vector 2 coordinates, ensuring each is within pass of up to 8 random vector 2 coordinates, ensuring each is within screen limits, and predefine minimum distance from others to create a seamless movement cycle. Okay, and so that really make things look much better. Let me show you. Okay, so here they come. It looks and feels, yeah, still problems, but it looks and feels so much better than those random enemies that just fall from the sky. And now look, I can even shoot them. I was able to shoot them a moment ago. What it says, X is not a list. Huh? I'm not sure what it means. So let's check. Okay, so we are trying to remove an item that it's not in the list. So we need to say, and that can happen because bullet can remove itself. No, it cannot. How the bullet can be outside of the list? We have the bullets. We're removing it from the bullets list. Am I allowed to do it while I'm inside this loop? Yeah, I'm not. This is how you're supposed to do it. Use bullets to remove pen. By the way, this is ChatGPT 4 engine, and the one that runs Bulifier, it's also ChatGPT 4 engine. So go figure. Yeah, but let's just take these as is, I guess. Am I not copying it correctly? Oh yeah, it's not properly appended. Oh, some other issue. There, here we go. It wasn't properly appended. Let's try it again. Yeah. So now I can shoot them, and it actually starts to feel like a game. And the issue is that they're getting stuck to the edges of the screen. And if they're not reaching the edge, then they will be able to continue and just move. So let's see what's up with that. But yeah, this is basically the improvement. We are starting to see the light in the end of the tunnel. It's really getting better. Okay, and with that, let's continue. Let's try to figure out what is happening to the enemy logic of movement. So this is the move method. We check if we have a pass and takes a target, which is what? Which is an item of the pass, which is one of those vectors. And then if self position distance to target smaller than speed. That probably fails. Because, and smaller than speed, why smaller than speed? Update the move logic. Calculate the current location, align between the current and the next point on the path. Then move toward the next point by speed distance. If you exceeded the target, then calculate by how much and move that distance on the next pass fragment. It's a bit complex, but this is essentially what we needed to do to move on pass fragments and calculate the relative location and update the location once it moves to the next fragment by those speed points, by those speed distances, sorry. Okay, let's see how the movement method is going to be updated. Okay. Calculate the vector between the current position and the target path coordinates. Normalize the vector to get the movement direction, if not already zero. Calculate the travel vector by scaling the direction with the enemy speed. So the vector is shorter than needed to reach the target. Comment the position by it. Otherwise, compute any excess using remaining travel distance beyond target, update position, and move to the next path segment. Eventually, looping back, reaching the end. This is exactly what I meant. So this is perfect. Yeah, let's sing it and see how it behaves now. Oh, by the way, one other thing that happened when I was committing and pushing, even so it says here on Bulifier that the push was successful. It was not. And to solve it, I had to go through checkout, switch to new branch. So when I'm typing here dev, it will say checkout. But if I type in here something not from the list, and new, then it will say save checkout new. And it will create a new branch. Then when you commit and push on it, that works. So this is side note of what happened during the 30 minutes blackout of my last recording. All right. Speaking of, don't do this to me again. Yeah, I think I spoke about the issue and the same exact issue happened again. So let me show you how I'm working around this until it will be fixed. Okay, I'm doing a checkout to tab 2. Then I'm doing commit and push. And then I'm going back. Doing pull and check out F2. What? What local changes? What local changes? Oh yeah, I manually removed the bullets and I didn't commit it. I removed them from the enemy class. Okay. So git. I need to do git stash. Okay. Then we have small conflict. This is how it's supposed to be done. No bullets in here, so that's fine. Don't take that. Okay. That seems like not important. Then bullets were removed. Yeah, bullets removed. The shoot method was removed. And we need to calculate on the move side. I mean, it seems like we don't need that. And we don't need shoot. I hope I did it okay. Right, let's run it. Max enemies. Inside settings, I said max enemies is 8. Okay. Player takes no arguments. I remember because I was fixing it earlier. Run, please. Okay. Here we go. Here comes the enemies. And they stopped again. Why are you stopping when you're reaching the edge? Okay. Let's see the implementation. So now this is the move method. By the way, was it changed? Yeah, I made some changes as a comment from the repo, but I don't see that it actually changed the move method. Yeah, this is initially when it was added. Yeah, I don't see that it changed the move method. So anyway, let's commit and let's try it again because it's odd. I'm now paranoidally checking that we are still recording. We are. Moving on. Bullet was not synced properly. So let's sync it again. Adding a space. Then sync. Okay, now let's go to bullet. Sorry, not bullet. We are talking about enemy. So enemy and sync. Okay. And then for move, yeah, now it changed. Right. And push. Now it's happening all the time. I don't know. Why push is not working on Bulifier? It worked just fine. Oh, it's not working because there are conflicts. I need to do pull first, and I didn't do a pull. Okay, so pull. I did a pull. I'm doing commit. And push. Now let's do it again. Yeah, okay, that was the issue. And oh no, I did a pull and there were conflicts with the recent changes, and I simply committed them. Perfect. So it impacted only the enemy class. Okay, I'm going to hit on pause and resolve it and then resume. Okay, I took the head changes for the most part, but I hope that I made the right choices. Let's see how it works now. Okay. For bullets, in bullets, the bullet is smaller than vision than screen height. What? Oh, we don't need bullets inside enemy at all. Yeah. We don't need that. Don't need the shoot method. I like that note. It said that bullet should be defined someplace else. All right, let's try this again. Do they stack? They stack. Why you keep stacking? Oh my God. Yeah, let me pause here and let me try to figure this out. So I figured it out. What is happening here is during the move method, we have a direction. We are updating our position, but the way that we're generating the path is between 0 to screen width and height. But then during update, after we call to move to do the updates, we have normalization, those two lines. And they are normalizing between screen width minus the size of the ship. So you're on a path, you're trying to reach a point that been zeroed out by this normalization. So by removing those two, we will allow our ship to go a little bit outside the bounds, but it will not get stuck anymore. So let's see. Yeah. And now that portion works. So the bullets got reverted again, I guess, with the previous miss with pool. So let's fix that as well. Inside bullet, this is 0, -1, and speed 5. Okay. And look, now this is an actual game. I can shoot those things. There's already some sort of a gameplay. Yes, next thing is let's add collision with self. And yeah, we are at the final line. Yes, so commit. Cool. Okay. So next it's pool. Don't forget the pool. Okay. Next is in the game logic. Actually, let's share that context. Show game over pop-up. Come on. I want to type pop-up. If come on. Okay. Check collision, check for interaction between bullets and enemy or player objects. Update game state based on detection result and execute relevant events such as removing the enemy or reducing player health. Enemy collides with player, trigger a game over pop-up, halt the game loop, and display options like starting or exiting the game. Okay. I also want to show some scoring. So let's also add score and how we are going to manage score. I guess our game becomes a bit heavy, but let's add the score to it as well. Actually, for drawing the score, we need to have an outside component. I guess toolbar could be something that will show health and score. Okay. And toolbar, wait, save. Add a toolbar component. that will be updated by the game logic. The toolbar will show score and player health. Player can be hit by an enemy up to 5 times. And then this game over. If the player hit an enemy, the enemy vanish. Okay. Why delete stuff? I just saw the list got shorter. What did you do? You deleted the player. Why on earth will you choose to delete a player? Bulified created a toolbar and then it updated the game logic with player context. Oh my God. So let's see how it updated the game logic. And maybe we'll just restart the player from Git. So check collision, detect and handle interactions between bullets and either enemies or the player. If collision occurs, update the game state, such as removing enemies and decreasing player health or increasing score. Trigger game over sequence upon critical player health loss. Critical, I set 5. What happens is providing the exact number. Okay, we have toolbar, new component. All right. Let's commit that and then revert the removal of the player. By the way, when the player is removed, but then still used as a reference inside game. So what happened here? The player was removed, but then it was still used as a context. That will work. The way Bulifier is implemented, it's not deleting files, but just mark them to be deleted. And during the next agent execution, then it will actually go and delete the files, delete everything that's marked to be deleted. But if you create a new file or restart a new file from hard reset and clean, then when it's created, then it will not be marked for deletion. So just a side note. And after I will do pull, I actually don't know what will happen. So embrace yourself. Okay. Oh, I didn't sync. Sync. So sync should create a toolbar. And oh, here it is. Something was created. But I don't see it. Oh, There is a new UI folder and the toolbar is there. So let's move it. Move to actually, yeah, we can keep it inside UI. It's not such a bad decision. Yeah, I can work with that. Okay. And cool. Be nice. Thank you. And now I can even use the local history with player. Where is? Oh, there is here. What? It looked like it was deleted. Do I have any uncommitted changes? I do not. So, okay, let's just see. I don't see that it deleted the player in the commit. Oh, the file was marked for deletion, but wasn't actually deleted. Okay, so I guess there is an issue when you're committing, the files that are marked to be deleted and not actually deleted are still getting committed. Okay, well, that works to our benefit. Okay. Um, yeah, anyway, let's run this. Game, yeah, because it's not inside the game. It's inside utils, UI, sorry. Yeah, I guess I will move it to the game anyway. Okay. Why it doesn't like importing from configs? Yeah, so there is no such thing as config. It's just import configs. Or it's not even used, so never mind. All right, let's try this again. Toolbar wants screen and a font. Can't you figure out your own font? Do I have screen in this level? Why it needs screen in this level? Oh, when it's drawing it into screen, yeah. Not in this level, so. And when you draw, oh, come on. Draw. Yeah, it gets a screen. So we need that. So okay, looks better. still unhappy because of the fonts. Yeah. I don't know how to work with fonts. Help, please. But totally ignore the font property. Okay. Come on. What's the setup? Google needs no setup. Player don't have. Oh, player needs to have a health. It's mentioned on the player side. Okay. Why not directly inside game logic? Health. Toolbar interface component for displaying player health and score. And then health is mentioned inside the update. And check collisions. Add and decrease player health, critical player health lost. So how about we will have the health here. Health. I guess like that. Player health. Max 5. Oh. Starts with 5. Then from player, we need to remove it. Oh, player don't have health. Okay. Right. Cool. Let's start by doing a sync. No sync is needed. Okay. So where is the player? That's the player. Okay. I did the dummy change. Come on, I did the dummy change. To the player.
Right, I was able to resolve this. I renew my test subscription. Now I'm making the changes. The sync is happening, but inside game logic, we have here the player health, and it's also references toolbar update, still calls to self player score. Oh, sorry. So I have player health, but we didn't add the score. So let's add the score. Game logic. Oh, let me just west edge and score the game level. I need to update the player. Toolbar. just manage health in the game logic. Okay. So it's updating the schema, that functionality in game logic. That's very odd. Also, why the schemas are not being updated? That's also odd. Nevertheless, let's cancel it. Let's see what it did. So it did update schemas. We don't want to update the schemas. We want to update the game logic. So let's finally do that. So yeah, copy the entire thing. Make new. Let's open it at the top. All right. The path is correct. Part of the path is correct as part of the game logic file. So it will update that. Then paste that and remove everything else. Then changing the schema to the Bulifier file and send. Again, another pointing. Okay, now we have score and let's see. Game logic will for was it? No, sorry. Game logic profile for toolbar update, self player here, self score. Perfect. So now it's properly updating the toolbar. So let's commit and push. And let's see if it's working now. And let's run this. Okay, new issues. Store text. Toolbar object has attribute parent score. Because it's updating during the update, it also needs to be initialized in here. So current score we can set to 0 and current health, let's set them to -1. That's finished on the game side. All right, let's try to run this again. Oh, here we are. We have score 5. No, it's not supposed to be 5, and you're not supposed to crash. But let's take a that. Self score enemy value. This is inside game logic. If bullet collides with enemy, it gives us the enemy value. I like this. It means that each enemy has different value, but for simplicity, let's just keep it as 1 for now. Repair cannot be done. Okay. So, oh, none. So it could be either player or none. Like that. Cool. Do this again. Okay. So health and score are reverted. Let's fix that. When we are This game logic, where's the toolbar? So in toolbars there is an update method and it's been pulled from here. Give us a score and a health properly assigned. And then it also comes from here. It gives us a health and score reverted. So let's set. Let's do score and health. And then it's also, this is not the same update. Yeah. Okay. Never mind. Not happy with some imports. Why it's complaining about those imports? From game. Food, import food. What are those? From game toolbar, import toolbar. That seems legit. From game snake, import snake. Snake and food. Where are really? Why we have snake and food inside? It's like it used some food example inside the snake. Why it has snake reference? Okay, so in the prompt that we are sending, there are examples of the snake game, but why it has it here and how on earth it's not crashing? Right? It's able to run and not crash, and there is all those unrelated things happening here. So in game loop, self snake, which is undefined, not crashing anything. Yeah. I'm so confused at the moment. Can I just delete everything from here and here? Oh, this is game PY, but we have game logic. So what is a game? We have game logic and game. Oh, I didn't realize we have game. Okay, let's remove game and game PY. Game PY has 7 usages. Well, side enemy. Oh, yeah, it's not able to properly point out to real usages. Let's just delete this. Delete anyway. Okay, and let's run again. I did it not just this until now. Okay, still works. So it was definitely not used. But hey, we got our nice toolbar with some information. Nothing is happening to the ship when it's collide with the space bugs. So we still need to fix that. But hey, it's starting to look like a real game. Like it. Okay, let's go back. Okay, cool. Yeah, game was removed. That was super odd. Okay, so now let's try to see inside our game logic. What about the collision between the enemies and the spaceship? Can we check collision? Evaluate collisions between bullets and either enemies or the player. And it's ignored. Okay, So inside implementation, game loop, check collisions, bullets to remove, enemies to remove. For bullet in self bullets for enemies, remove bullet and enemies after iteration to avoid modifying the list. That's fine. If self-player health is not 0. Okay. Or enemy in enemies to remove. Yeah, I don't see here logic for colliding with between a space bug and the player. So let's request this. Now this time will be on the correct file. Okay. Make the enemy disappear if it collides with the player. Also reduce player health. All right. So it needs to update the collision method. Oh, sorry. Oh, by the way, there is a zoom in, zoom out for text size when you're in this view mode. Okay. So check collision. Check for bullet collision with enemies and players. Destroy enemies on bullet collision and increase the score. For player and enemy collision, remove the enemy and reduce player health. Checking for potential game over. Yeah, that's perfect. So sync, and let's hope that now it will update this logic for a collision. Let's see. So game logic for check collision, for bullet and bullets, bullet for enemy and enemies, check player health, game over condition. But it wasn't properly implemented, I would say. Because player health is not reduced. And we do need to check for collision with the player. Right. So let's have a special method for it, and then it will have to implement that. Split the collision logic into two methods. Blitz collision and player collision. Right. Let's try this now. And hopefully it will behave. Okay. Check player collision, check bullet collisions. Perfect. Now sync. Okay. So check collision, check player collision, and check bullet collision. So bullet collision, it's handling just the bullets. And player collision, perfect. So if player and enemies collides, enemies to remove a pad, perfect. It did the same logic for not iterating and modifying I guess the enemies on the array. Okay, yeah, let's try to run this. This looks good. Okay. You know what we're supposed to do? We're not going to close this game. What? Oh, my health was reduced. I didn't even notice. So my health is it's colliding with me, but it's so unnoticeable and bam. It just printed in here game over. No, nothing visual. But hey, it worked. It worked great. So now let's add some visual effects when it collides with the player. Um, yeah, we're definitely starting to go into nuances. And the beauty of that is that we can do nuances with Bulifier. So let's do it. Right? And shake animation when player aligns with enemy. And anything else we want to do? Oh, and show a nice pop-up for game over and offer to restart the game. Also show I want to make some meaningful thing with the score. I'm wondering if that's too much, so let's just leave it at that level. Like somebody was breaking the door. Um, okay, let's see what it did. We have shake intensity, level of screen shake intensity applied during player collision. Oh, nice. So it shakes the entire screen when we have a collision. That's nice. I guess we can also play sounds and add some music to the game. Um, let's do that. Why not? And sound effects. I have no idea how it's going to interpret that, but let's say back up for a second. I'm asking it to add sound effects, and I don't know how it's going to manage it. But I guess we need some music player. Add sound effects and a music player to manage it. Okay, well, let's see what what that will do. Okay, it's making lots of updates. So it's Bulifier game sound. Okay, create a sound effect model that handles various game sound effects like shooting and collision. Nice, shooting sound. Bulifier more game music player. So it created a sound, but also creating a music player, create a music player model to handle background music for the game. All right, so it's separating the two. Then Rebulify file, player, enemy, bullet, and game logic, and to create the newly created sound effect and music player models. But those newly created sound effect and music models are not familiar by the player, game, and bullet. So I would say no. It's all running simultaneously. But yeah, it's been running a lot of stuff for us. And let's see what it did here. Music player. A music player of the type music player dot music player control background music during gameplay and sound effect. Actually, this is what it was intended to do. So this sounds good. I mean, maybe we'll be able to swing it. Let's try. Let's sing and sing. We did many changes now. Okay. This is how I envision using Bulifier. You do a lot of work by reasoning on the bullet point level to kind of building your logic, building your game, your application, and then you sync, and then you just solve the small things with the hopes that one day AI will be able to handle 100% of it. Yeah. So let's switch. All right. Let's see what we have here. Why it's never committed. Let's try again. Okay, perfect. And let's run. It's not going to work, but let's see. So we have the new sound player. Where was that thing added? Okay, we have music player and we have sound. So let's move them to, I guess, just move the music player to sound. And music player delete. I have sound effects. With our example. Okay, actually, remove that. Okay, we have sound. We have music player. So what music player is that? Manages background music playback, including play, pause, stop, looping functionality. Okay. And for the sound effects, we have sound manager. Let's just go with play sound. So we need to load sound effects, give it an array of sounds, then play them. All right. This is for sound effects. And for music player, does it work the same way? Where it, so it has how it knows what file to load. This is why I'm curious to know. Let's see. Manage background music playback, including play, pause, and looping functionality. Current track. Starting as it hold pass of the current music track. Okay. Then load track. Track pass. Play, pause, stop, and resume. So where is load track? This is the one. And current track starts with something. Okay. So we're loading a track and then hit play decide if we want to loop through it, and that's it. Got it. Okay, and so how it's been used here. So for the import, we need to take it from, so take sound player. We have sound effects and music player. So what did it meant here for the bullet? Where is that used? Why it's such a long init? Can it be formatted to an ISO? Okay, yeah, let's leave it like that. And it's called sound effects in here, which is right. And when you're doing a move, so move effects, and then why playing sound during draw? It will be so annoying. And it just doesn't even say what sound. Just whenever you draw, play the sound. Yeah, definitely needs to be removed. Play shooting sounds. And for all the sounds, it's just called sound effect play. Well, the system will figure out what that sound should be. Okay. Let's see how bullet was defined. Okay, pass to sound file. Well, that makes sense. We didn't give it any information. Then we have sound effects. So let's fix that. It's sound and it's called sound effect. It's called like that. Okay. And then we saw it during the init. Oh, by the way, it needs to be of the type. What type? Have it defined here or something? Sorry. Yeah, just methods, and that's it. So it's static methods. So we actually don't need that. But just static methods, I guess we can just access it. And we don't need it during the init. All right. And then during the move, play movement sound effect if applicable. Well, I guess the implementation decided that it is indeed very much applicable. Okay, I'm fine with that. And yeah, because I have the files, we'll need to talk about that. Play shooting sound. I see. Okay, so this is that. We have the bullet. Let's also look into what was that? Yeah, this was the bullet. Let's look now on the enemy. So the enemy has a background music and it has sound effects. Why we need both? I think that background music needs to be controlled by the game, not by the enemy. So let's just remove it from here. So background music. Initialize audio. Set up background music. And sound effects. So set up sound effects for game events. Play background music. Not play background music. Play sound effects. Okay, that was the enemy and the player. Sound effects and music player. I Each place just interpolated it in different way. Why? Because we literally gave no information about the sound effects or play. We just created it simultaneously. It kind of hallucinated what it's supposed to be. Sounds fun. Sound effects. Okay. So keeping the sound effects, but it's not an attribute. It's a it just comes as a static thing. Okay. Manage music. We don't need that. Play sound effect. Effect name. Yeah, I like that. E.g. shooting and damage. We are inside player. Player don't shoot. I mean, he does, but it's managed by the game. So trigger a special sound effect using the sound effect module based on the player actions, e.g. shooting or damage. Um, it feels to me almost like player don't need sound at all. Yeah, I think it needs sound. Let's just revert this. Because everything is managed from the game for the player. The shooting, the collision, the health. Yeah, maybe there was a different way to implement it, but this is how we did it. So let's revert it. Yeah, we don't need sound effects. No need. No need. And thank you. Right? I guess we can also revert the player. Um, yeah. Thanks. No thanks. No thanks. No thanks. Okay. I think this is it. So we kept the sounds inside the enemy, right? We did. But then what sounds enemy plays? We don't need the sounds in enemy as well. Or when it moves? I don't know. You'll playback a specific sound effect based on the game events like shooting, hitting enemies. I'm reading this correct, right? Enemy hitting enemies. Okay. Or special interaction by using preloaded sound effect dictionary. So that was initialize audio and those are two static methods. Alright, let's remove it from here. Let's reduce the craze level. Let's keep it on the bullets and the game logic level. We'll see game logic in a moment. So yeah, let's review. Gate show history. In this level. No need for sounds. Thank you. Why is there also many changes? No necessary sound effects. Okay, yeah. Those lines are so long. How do we adjust it for readability? I wonder. Okay. Draw the enemy on the screen using draw the enemy. And then draw the enemy on the screen using image is the current position, visual representation. How is that related to sound? Determine collision, overlap or reacts. No, overlap or rectangle defined by the rect. Trigger collision sound effect, collision occurs. Yeah, let's just trigger this. And the sound. Alright. And then let's completely repel the enemy. That. Show history. Thank you. Yeah, let's revert to the awesome state. What happened here? It doesn't feel so awesome. Yeah, the enemy. Maybe it wasn't changed. No sounds here. So now we do have sound. So show me the history. I need to compare it with this. Oh, we cannot show this. No, I need to. Sorry, compare with local. My bad. Sound effect, initial sound, playback music. Yeah, we don't need any of this. And no that, no that, no that. Is it all? Why it's not saying the content is identical? Do not ignore. Oh, okay. Some empty spaces. That's fine. Perfect. So let's look now in the game button. What is our damage? We have sound effects, model for managing and playing sound effects, model for pulling background music and playback. It sounds good to me. The description is on the spot as well, except it was made as static without attributes, right? Music player. Why music player is great, by the way? What does that indicate? Um, music player. No, it's a class. The music player for the background music. And the sound effects, because we don't have a class, just static methods. So let's remove that. And let's give the background music, which called music player. Okay. So I have the background music, which is not used anywhere. Great. And we have reference for music. We do. Handle background music in the game loop. Behind the game loop, we need to handle the background music. I think the background music needs to be part of the setup. Okay. And then the sound effects from sound effect import. Yeah. We just need to do import and we don't need that. So is anybody using sound effect? We're using sound. Show sound effects happening during the setup. Alrighty. Initializing to background music. Yeah, that's good. So why we're talking about background music inside here from sound effects for actions? That's fine. Let's just remove the handle background music because this is unrelated. Regulate score and health and from sound effects for actions. Yep. This is what we want. Check bullet collisions, play sound effects, play collision sound, ensure appropriate sound effects for on-screen actions. What action? Yeah, right. I think this is it. Let's try to regenerate it a little bit and see what's happening. Okay. Pull, please. Right. Game logic. Yeah. Doing the sound effects. Um, Actually, let's do some quick change. Yeah, enemy do not have sound effects. So sync. But before we syncing, don't want to clean. Oh my god, this becomes so lengthy. Okay, cleaning this up. That took some long time. Wow. We need a button to clear everything. Okay. So sync. No sync is needed because we need to fix the thing that when you're pulling, it will actually go and update the states. There is a property in the database that keeps the content hash of the bullet file. So when the content hash is changed, then it knows to update it. But apparently, when I do cloning, somehow it's been preserved. So what I'm doing now, I'm adding spaces to all the files that I want to regenerate. And then that will change the hash and it will be regenerated. Okay, let's try this again. Yeah. Hopefully I didn't forget anything. Okay, let's see. It updated just one file, just the player. Why it only updated the player? We need at least enemy. And we need game logic. Let's do this again. Okay, based on the percentages, it was more than one file. So I guess it's done. So let's see the new game logic. It has music and sounds, sound effects, or sound effects. Yeah, I don't remember how it was before, so I got no clue if it really did it or not. All right, let's complete and see. Uh, right, so it updated game enemy PY, player PY, and game logic PY. Yeah, perfect. Those are the places where we wanted to see the change. So let's start fixing all the errors now. So it's like bullets. It wants to take sound player. Is it the background music or the sound effects? I guess it's sound effects. So import sound, not from. We need the import sound and sound effects. That's it. I'm not sure how it works in Python, but we don't need that. And we don't need this. and then move. If self sounds, then sound effects. Yeah. So sound effects that no, it's not how I'm supposed to access it. So let's do from sound effects, import sound manager. Did I miss the sound manager? No, wait. The sound effects. They didn't have a class. They just had methods. The implementation decided to turn it into a class of sound manager. Nice. So I don't have any issue with that, but that needs to be updated. So let's just add here as sound manager and do it like that. Just use the syntax. Now it needs to be class. Right. Purpose class attributes methods. Purpose class attributes methods. Okay. I think now it aligns with the implementation. Okay. So back to okay. So from sound effects, import sound manager. Yeah. Now it makes sense. And sound effects needs to be local. So it was accessing here sound effects. So sound effects. So sound effects of the type sound manager equals sound manager. Look at that. What's a sound directory? Why do we need a sound directory, sir? So it will play all the sounds from here like that. Is it specified in the sound effects file, the bullet point files? Load sound effects. Iterates through the list of sound file names. Load each sound file from sound directory into a dictionary of loaded sounds. So it has a load sound effects sound file. Then file files and sound effect, then load sounds. And has these loaded sounds. When you say play sound, plays the sound, and sound file is the loaded sound. So, okay, so just need to go through load sound effects. But we don't need sound directory out of the get-home, right? We can do this later. So sound directory. No, load sound effects. Sorry, I misread. It gives her a list of sounds to load from already specified sound directory. Oh man. So our sound directory will be images. Yeah. Now I wish I had an assets folder where I would place images and sounds. But let's just call it sounds. So maybe we will reorganize that thing later. Get back right here. Directory sounds. And replace all the sounds in there. We are continuing. Is somebody calling that? Nobody's calling. All right. Moving on. So we were in a bullet. We have sound effect, which is sound manager, where we're creating a new instance of sound manager. So now, but we want that each individual object will have its own sounds, or we want central place, one sound manager to load all the sounds, and then allow everyone else just to load them. And I think we want the later. So we need to add some sound to the arms. It needs to be propagated from the game. And what do we have now inside the game? From music, from sound, from sound effects. Okay, let's see. A little bit regretting for asking it to have sounds, but alright. It's going to be fun. It must be fun. From sound, sounds, from sound, sound effects, for sound manager. From sound, that music player, import music player. Sound manager, music player. Those names are so confusing. I wish it was managed just, I guess, one of them. Just play sound and I'll say loop it or don't loop it. But here we have load track, play pause, stop resume. I don't know. It's way overcomplicated. But also I'm too lazy to fix it. So this is what it is. Alright. Sound effects. So the type sound manager, sound manager, sound manager, sound manager for the game logic. Okay. No, sorry. This one, what do we call it? Music player. Music player. And in here, yeah, we need to make sure it matches, as it makes no sense. See? Okay. So we have it matched here. And now sound effects.
Right.
Sounds.
New day, new perspectives. Thought about again. I definitely want to align sound effects and background music into one entity that that will have load sound effects, play sounds, and it will have here some loop, and that's it. And it will simply just play sounds. So we still need to fix the app a little bit, I guess, before we can do that. Or you know what? Let's just skip all of that. Just go back to the playing board, to Bulifier, and do those changes from there. Okay, so what I want to do is just say merge the two music files to one. I want to have simple method, play, sound file, loop for background, music. Will use loop 2, and for sound effects, it will use loop false, but it can play many sounds simultaneously, so there should be no issue. All right, let's see how that evolves. And I didn't do a pull. Oh, come on. So the agent decided to delete the 2 files and create a new file. Okay, that's fine, but we are going to have any issues with pooling, I guess, and conflicts. Yeah. Let's just do it again. Pull. Okay, pull that. And let's run this again. I copy the message. Okay, this time I decided to delete the sound effects file and rebulify the music player. Okay, so just refactor the music player class. Okay, let's see what it end up with. F sounds. We have 1 bullet point files and 2 raw files. So we can delete this one. And now in the music player, it has current track. Follows the path for the currently loaded music player. We do not want that, because it can have multiple tracks simultaneously. It has a sound manager instance. And it has a music player. That sounds so odd and off. Yeah. You know what? Let me just delete the entire thing. I cannot get to those 3 dots, can I? Oh, awesome. I was managed to get it behind. Okay, I deleted the entire sound folder. And let's do it a little bit more manually, I guess. Let's put it in utils. And I'm going to here, I'm doing new. And I'm saying, let's use the Bulifier to create this new file. Create a sound manager file to manage game sounds. It should have a method to load all the sounds at once, and another method to play one of the sounds. Playing sound, it can either loop or not. It should only have two methods. It should only have those two methods. All right, so let's do that. And then align everything to work with the sound. So created it. Did it work? So it created a sound manager, but it says just sound manager. It didn't put it in the folder where I wanted to do. It looks like it's just at the root. Let's go to the root. Here's our sound manager. So it put it in here. Yeah, let's move this to come on. Game utils. Okay. And we don't need this empty folder. Can I delete it? Oh, this is so annoying. All right, game. Here's our sound manager. Perfect. And it has the method load sounds, iterate over sound file directory. For each sound file, use game mixer sound to load the sound. Storage loaded sound and loaded sound sounds dictionary. Okay. Play sound. Check if provided sound name is in the load sounds. If loop is true, play the sound indefinitely. If loop false, play the sound once. Okay, that's exactly what we've been asking it to do. So this is perfect. What we want to do now is to migrate everything to work with the newly created sound manager. So let's commit. And now let's ask our nice agent to do this for us. Migrate all the sounds and background sounds to work with. Actually want to give the sound manager context. So I actually don't need to copy anything. It copied by itself. So I will just go here, sound manager, the contention, and I can continue writing the message. So migrate all the sounds and background sounds to work with these sound manager. In all the files. Okay, so we get all the sounds and background sounds in all the files to work with this sound manager. Okay. I hope it will be clever enough not to ask git ignore to update the sound references, but let's see what it's doing. Okay, it's a lot of changes. It says delete music player. Okay, didn't I delete that already? If it says so, then Bulify file main py. Okay, integrate sounds with the sound manager class, remove any direct sound handling and replace it with the calls to the sound manager. Yeah, but it doesn't tells the game how to work with sound manager. Oh yeah, We probably need to instruct it to do that as well. Okay, let's redo this. Let's make it better. So reverb, thank you. And let's do it again. Migrate all the files to work. Oh, I actually didn't look if it provided the sound manager as a context. Why did I revert it? It might actually be a good thing. Let's just do it again. I actually think it should have just worked. Okay. We get all the files to work with a sound manager. Yeah. I'm literally sending something very similar to what I wrote earlier. Let's see what it's doing even more than it did before. And now it tells config to migrate. So player, enemy, bullet, game logic, I get those. What is game PY? Didn't we deleted this file because it had some odd snake references? Utils. Okay, it basically said Bulify to even sound manager, and it gave sound effects and music player as a context. I am so confused. Oh wait, it did move before. So it moved sound effects. It moved sound effects to a new directory. And it moved music player to a new directory. But didn't we delete those files? What is going on? Okay. We're definitely going to do it again. I really need a button here to delete all my previous calls because I like it when this page is clear, and it's never clear before I'm calling the agent, so that needs to be resolved somehow. Okay. Revert. When I'm doing that, by the way, it reverts to the last commit on the Git and delete all the changes. Let's see what we have here. We have a sound. Okay, here they are. We don't need, why we have sound inside? Oh yeah, I deleted them, but I didn't commit it. And this is why it came back. Okay, we definitely don't need that. And do I have the newly created sound manager? Yes, I do. Okay. And also remember that was very odd. And that was odd. All right. So now let's commit. And now let's call to Bulifier. Not to Bulifier, sorry. Let's call the agent to migrate the sounds. And migrate all the sound usage to use this sound manager. Update all the relevant files. All right. Okay, agent, do what you do best. Do what we need. Okay. This time it deletes something that was already deleted. What on earth is going on? I need to investigate that. But nevertheless, it updates the player and give it the context of sound manager. Perfect. So it should know how to work with sound manager. And so goes to the enemy and the bullets and game logic, and assets loader. For assets loader, it says ensure any sound-related assets are correctly loaded using Sound Manager. Okay. And then for Sound Manager, it says integrate the Sound Manager within the game initialization and main loop. No, sorry. It updated the main file. So that a bit odd to me. So let's see what it did to our main file. So is it done? Yeah, it's done. So main, it says initialize the game library to prepare the game operations, create an instance of Sound Manager class to handle game sounds, call the load sounds method of the Sound Manager instance to preload all necessary sound effects, get an instance of the game class for managing game state and logic, invoke setup, enter a loop to continuously execute game loop method from game instance. By the way, is it game or game logic? Oh yeah, it's called game, but it's inside game logic file. Huh. All right. Don't know why it's that, but sure. Maybe let's rename game logic to be game. Sounds more reasonable to me. Okay. And let's also rename that. All right. So next, let's sync it. When we do the sync, it used context of the current raw file. And in the raw file, it has those other two old files that we created. And one of the things that I'm asking it to do, let me show you. So in sync raw files, so this one, okay. You're a helpful developer agent working on the space bug project, and then the space bug project description. Your goal is to take a raw file and corresponding bullet points file as an input and produce an updated raw file that implements the bullet points file. You should try to minimize the changes to the raw file. So one of the things that we ask you to do is to minimize the changes to the raw file. Output, raw file content. It needs to be compilable as is. Then we give it some examples, few shots technique, and then those are examples. Then comes the bullet point file, and I guess those are that's the raw file. By the way, when you see /u003d, it's just an issue with rendering the message that was sent to OpenAI. Just to present it, it was encoded into a string, and then when I decoded it, I needed to kind of work with those, and it was a bit tricky, but the AI itself have a better version. So anyway, this is what I wanted to tell you, that when we ask it to sync, we ask it to preserve the raw file as is and try to make minimum changes to align it with the bullet point files. So sometimes it's good, but in this case, we actually want to make a drastic change and shift it from one behavior to another. it may be more challenging. So let's commit and let's see what is the output of that. Okay. Why on earth do I have uncommitted stuff in here? Oh my God. Didn't I commit before moving to Bulifier? Man. All right. Let's, man. Let's see what happened. Oh wait, I have uncommitted stuff. So let me just dash it all. And then let's reapply it. Do I want to reapply it? It was all the sound change. You know what? Maybe it's a good thing. Because those were all the sound changes that we've been trying to fix manually. And we ended up going into a different direction. So never mind. Yeah. Let's see what we have now. Let's just run it. Of course, it will not work. And let's go. So first of all, the import, it needs to be game.tools.sound manager, right? And that needs to be replaced. This is why I copied the line to that. Cool. So sound manager is here and it's used to just play. Yeah, I don't care that you need to have a file as an input. I will just say play. Let's see what's the actual API. It's load sounds and play sounds with a sound name. Okay. How it was instructed in here. Sound manager. Use sound manager to play the shooting sounds when the bullet is fired. Use sound manager to play an out of bound sound if so. Yeah. So one thing we need to do is to link between the point where sounds were created and preloaded and use some constants to manage the sounds. So let's define those. You know what? I think it's a very reasonable thing to ask, to have constants for loading. But before we do that, let's just first see how that main file was implemented. Oops. Okay, from sound manager and board sound manager. Why it's not? Oh, not sound. From game utils sound manager. Right? And then how it's used. In the constructor, it wants to get the sound files. Then I just call load sounds with nothing. Okay, which is good. And I actually like it. It more aligns with what I want to do next and having those constants inside Sound Manager. And then Sound Manager will decide what needs to load by itself. and kind of have these sound files definition for it. But the other things that I want to see is how Sound Manager is being passed to the game, which is not at the moment. Instead, we still have sound effects and background music. This is what I've been talking earlier about preservation. So it preserved those two. Yeah, it's annoying. It's a good thing and it's an annoying thing because you don't want the Bulifier to make a ton of changes, but in this case, it did not do exactly what we asked it to do. So we need from game. Good. Isn't that how I'm supposed to import that thing? Yeah, game utils. Why the IntelliSense is against me? Bad IntelliSense. Bad, bad. Then we call that Sound Manager. And we call that Sound Manager. But before I'm going too deep with this, how it's actually defined in the logic. Now, look at that. It has sound effects in here and has background music in here. So what I'm even trying to fix. Did we not update the game logic? Just undo. No. All right. We need to fix it on this level as well. All right. Come in and switch. So let me start by pool. But then let me start by asking it to target the sound manager class itself. Here, I want to say have an empty constructor and have constants to all the sounds. You should have move, shoot, background music, move, shoot, background music, explosion. So when enemy die, we can play the explosion sounds. So, and explosion sounds. Okay, so let's have that. And after it update the sound manager, we will ask it to use those constants in all the other files to load the proper sounds. Okay, so now I have those constants. And next, update all the files to use the point sound constant to play the sound. All right. Let's see how it reacts to that. It updates the player. It doesn't give it the context of Sound Manager. How on earth it would be able to know about the constants without the appropriate context? Sounds like revert. But we didn't commit. So let's, how do I copy that? Yeah, I can do it from here. Copy content. Now we'll do revert. Sound Manager. I'll go to edit mode. I will select all and paste. Then I will remember to commit. And let's do this again. So update all the files to better work with Sound Manager by providing the sound to play when calling the play method. It must be from the constants in Sound Manager. Okay. Here comes the second attempt. So it updates player, enemy, bullet, game logic. Where on earth it takes game PY back each time? We deleted it like 100 times already. What's going on? No, wait, sorry. We deleted it, but then we renamed game logic to be game. So what is game logic? All right, we'll figure it out. But it gives us the context of Sound Manager, and it gives us the instruction and provide the constants inside the instructions. So let's hope it at least did the right thing with updating what was needed to be updated. Why we have game logic? If it was renamed to be game, sorry, game logic, where's the game? And game. So in here we have screen, clock, player, enemies, bullets, player, sound manager. Oh man, oh man. And in here we have, yeah, we need to compare those two files, line and delete them. But meanwhile, anyway, we can sync. So let's sync. Right? Meet. And let's see how it looks like. And let's see how it looks like now. Okay. Cool. Right. We are inside game logic. We have background music. We have sound manager. Not good. And sound effects. Yeah, I really hope this is the outdated, unneeded file. Let's compare that with game. So game on the left, what? Sorry, game on the right, game logic on the left. On the right, we have sound manager, and in here we have background music. Okay, so meanwhile, I like game more because it has less issues. So let's go with that variant. Background music and sound manager. I hate both of the options. Sound manager manage sound effects. Sound manager instance of for managing and playing sound effects. I don't know. They both sound bad. Then inside initialize, it says, okay, but in here, look, it's using the background sound from Sound Manager. So like that more. Explosion sound, like that. So I'm taking the game. Changes, with the hope it's all good. Okay. And again, I will delete the game logic. Where game logic PY is used. Okay. It is used in the main file. Okay, so from game. Import game. No, isn't how you're supposed to do it? Have the game class inside game. So from game, import game. Why are you unhappy with that? You not find reference game in imported model game. From game, game, class game. Okay, guess we need to fix all the other things and then we'll come back to that. But nevertheless, that must go. Please don't come back in a weirdo way. Okay, then from music, background music, we don't have that. But we also have weird thing with background music go on in here. So let's delete all the reference to that. Is it just the import? I will be happy if it's just the import. Okay, oh, sound from game that deals the sound manager, import sound manager. Why are you not happy with game? I don't know. Oh, it was already imported. All right, that's fine. I know why it tells me. So don't like it to be like that. Cannot Can I have game and game class inside it? We'll check and see. We don't need background music. And inside game, did we had something like that? Yeah, add background music. At least it is close to the bullet file definition. Then in setup, that setup initialize core game components, including the player, screen settings, enemies, bullets, and toolbar. Reset health and score, initial values, configure initial shake intensity, load sound effects using sound manager, and start background music with background sound. Yeah. So, oh, it doesn't need to load sound effects. It needs to go directly with start background music with background. Is it the correct constant names that we defined? Yeah, background sound. Okay. So the way it's supposed to work is inside the game. We have sound manager that play sound of sound manager that background music. Oh wait, I think it's just sound manager that oh, sound manager that yeah, here we go. Yeah, perfect. Sorry, I'm not expert in Python, but this is how it's used and it looks good. I don't want to use sound files inside the constructor. Is it what it instructed it to do? So it has a sound files attribute and loaded sounds as class manager. Okay. So it has a static definition of sounds because it's outside the class. And then inside sound manager, it has those items. Load sound, play sound. Trade over the sound files dictionary. So I think what it needs to do is not having those to begin with. And where are the constructors, by the way? It has methods, class, but nothing about constructors. So how it knows how to construct it. I guess it hallucinates that part, or maybe this init hints to it. Anyway, in here, I don't want the sound files. I want that sound files will be just those items. Not like this syntax? Why not? Do I need to prefix it? Yeah. Okay. Right. This is the way that I was thinking about using it for name pass in sound files. When you're loading sounds, if OS pass exists, then loaded sound name. Oh, this is the constant to the files. And yeah, so it creates a map between loaded sounds to the actual file in that sound object in that pass, but instead the key should be the pass itself. And then we don't need that. And we could just say inside sounds. And then load sounds. And it should always exist. So we don't need that check. I want it to crash if it doesn't exist. And so we have loaded sounds. If sound name, then when you say play sound, if sound name in play sounds. No, it must always be there without the check. So just sound from loaded sounds and loop and play. Yep. And then there are notes. Before using Sound Manager, ensure your game mixer is initialized. Oh, so this is something that needs to go into load sounds, I guess. Whatever that API is. Example, sound files, manager, load sounds. Okay, thank you for your example. Okay, we have Sound Manager that's supposed to do the work. We have a empty sounds folder where I actually need to create those files. And let's continue and see how it's integrated into the other components inside our game. We have one sound manager inside Bullet, which is great. This is what we want. And then how it's implemented looks solid. We have sound manager. And then when you need to play, just come on, play shooting sound. It's okay. So when you say play, you actually need to say sound manager that shoot sound. And it's not play, it's play sound. Just like that. Yeah, we don't need a comment because now our code is readable enough to understand what we want to do. If off the screen, sound manager, play sound, what sound did you want it? An out of bounds sound. Out of bounds. Okay. Out of bounds. And I don't want this for now. And you don't need to check anyway for the execution of sound manager because you will have it. So just like that. Okay, that was the bullet. Moving to the enemy. Enemy have sound manager. Just one. Perfect. Thank you. No craziness like we had with the game. And then we have the sound manager. And it says played, passed, changed sound. And play movement sound. Now, do we want a different movement sound for enemies and more different movement sound for player? Yes, we do, but I don't know. I don't even want any movement sound to the enemy, to be fair. Maybe we can just delete this for now and be done with that. I've ensured that the implementation remains consistent with the bullet points provided. The existing methods and attributes align with the requirements, and I've minimized changes while keeping the enhanced audio experience integrated as described. Thank you so much, dear ChatGPT. I like it how it tap itself on the shoulder saying, I did a good job. Yes, you did. Thank you. Play collision sounds. Check collisions. This is inside enemy, but we check collisions inside game. So why are you checking them here? Joe, check collisions. We don't need check collisions. Is anybody calling it? No. Yeah, we don't need check collisions in here. Right. Generate and pass. We don't need that. Cool. By the way, when you see those warnings go away, it's because I'm clicking on auto format the file. It fixes the intention, and those are most of the time what those warnings are about. Okay. We played with the bullet, the enemy, the game, and let's go to the player. Player have sound manager and play sounds, which sounds good. And it says play sound, sound name. Okay. And here you're giving, oh, nice. Well, it worked in one case. So when you're doing move, it's going to play sound move. And let's align that because that's a waste. So sound manager, play sound, move, and don't loop. Well, thank you. This is what you were supposed to do in all the other instances, but I'm glad at least it worked in the player. Awesome. Let's try to run this. I don't have the actual sound, so it will crash. Cannot import name game from game, unknown location. Yeah. Let's commit anyway, because we kind of did something. And let's fix that issue now. From game. Yeah. Let me ask the maestro about this. Please help me with Python. And here is my game inside a folder under the game. Oh, I just realized it's game. Is it game? Main. So from game that game. Yeah, here we go. Game utils sound manager. Yeah. It's a bit confusing having 3 games in one line. And yet there are more things happening here. Anyway, let's try to run this. No module utils inside enemy. Yeah, because it's game dot utils. No model pass. Pass to sound manager. Yep. It's game utils sound manager. Like that. Then sound manager equals to sound manager. No, I don't want toolbar to create sound manager. It needs to be provided. So sound manager. Mark, are you unhappy? Oh, just formatting. Okay. And here, sound manager. Thanks. Why toolbar even need a sound manager? Can we just delete it from here? I don't know. Maybe we'll need it later. Maybe. Next. All right. So it says no file, no wave. Perfect. Now it's time to generate those files. So let's commit. And let me search how to create those files. Be right back. All right. I was able to create some sounds. I use Suno, the free version, for the background music. And I use 11 Labs, the free version, for the rest. And I ended up with those sounds. Not sure if you will be able to hear this, but let's try. Yeah, that was the shoot. That's the move. I can barely hear it when I'm on a Zoom call, but yeah, it's terrible. Yeah. Anyway, we got the music, and I will be able to share it somehow with you by the end of this video, so you can hear it for yourself. But meanwhile, we got this. So I added those to the sounds folder, and now we are ready to move on. So next thing is toolbar. Toolbar need the screen. Do we have screen? What's the screen? UI game surface. So it's self screen. Okay, and it needs font, which we don't want to show, and a sound manager. And for game, it needs to get sound manager as an input, not like that. Sound manager. Right. That's sound manager. And for turbo, the font We already solved this. This is annoying. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so this is the font. We don't need that one. Okay, and inside the main, when we are calling to game, we need to provide the sound manager. All right, awesome. Let's try this again. Then it fails on it didn't found sounds MP3. Oh, there's no even such key. How oh. We created a list and then we overrided it with that, which is not good. Actually, oh, it's a map, sorry. So that's the key and it needs to map to the actual sound. So, so sound files and it says loaded sounds. Okay, and why did I? Yeah, so sorry, loaded sounds was supposed to be an empty path, but it was missing. It means that load sounds wasn't been called. And it's coming from player. So game's supposed to call to load sounds. We have sound manager, not the game, sorry, the main. We have sound manager, we call load sounds. We say that for passing sound files, let me debug this. It's supposed to be the case, right? Pass sounds MP3, and then when we're coming to play sound, it's supposed just to play that. So we're getting sound name. What's the sound name, please? Okay, sound name is background music. And then move. This is the ones that fail, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it didn't found the move sound. So let's try this again. And move is failing. It's coming from here. So sound manager. Oh, okay. So player should be getting sound manager. Should not create its own. Okay. It's playing something. Stop. I need to reduce the sound of it. We need to have some sounds controls. Okay. So who is calling that? So this will be self sound manager. All right. Yeah, it's coming from the game. So players, spawn enemies. Enemy needs also to get. Oh, perfect. Self sound manager. Right? So we have enemy, player, and bullets. Where we add the bullets. No, I don't think bullets have sounds. Okay. Play collision sounds. Now, play sounds, sound manager, explosion sounds. This is for enemy colliding with the bullets. Oh, I actually also need a game over sound for the player. One. Yeah, this one. So let me quickly generate this. Spacebox. Game. And space. Game over. And in settings, I'll tell it generate a sound based on your own variation. Now, I'm not going to be able to hear those sounds while in recording, so I'm just going to pick whatever and I'll fix it. And I'll listen to those later to pick something more appropriate. But let's just call it game over, take it to sounds. Don't ask me again that. Okay, now go to Sound Manager. Say that we have game over sound, which is game over. Okay. Right, now back to here, red bullet, and here we can play the game over sound. All right, playing game over, shooting sounds. Play shoot sounds, and what is self in it? What? I have no idea what is that doing. So handle it later, I guess. For the bullet creation, it's not happy for something. Yeah, because it needs sound manager. Even so, it's not used. Still complaining. Why? Line is too long. Still complaining. Parameter direction, parameter speed. Why we need to provide your direction speed? They're supposed to be defaults. Oh no. Okay, I remember the speed was 5 and the direction was vector 2. It was 0 minus 1, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, let's try to run this again. Okay, toolbar. Toolbar needs, oh, sorry, for the drawing of toolbar. It doesn't want to get the screen size, just the screen parameter, but okay. Let's not force it. All right, I can hear the background music, not the shooting. But I think the game is mostly intact. Yeah. It's starting to play some background music and no game over pop-up. It just explodes. But since we have sounds, let me commit that. And the first thing that I want to do once we have the background music is to mute it because it bugs me with the while we are developing. Why it's always giving me a warning? Right. Inside game, we have an option to run the game as self-contained file. No need for that. Display game over pop-up, print game over. No, this is not how we're supposed to implement the display game over pop-up. Oh my God. Let's give it to ChatGPT to fix. Implement display game over pop-up method for a PY Python. Let's see what it's doing for us for the game of, oh my God, it's starting the while loop again. Why do we need a while loop when we are doing this? Why it's not just, I don't know, it's just the ways that PY game implements stuff. It needs to be in some, yeah, it clears the screen. It kind of takes control here. While it says while running, it steals the control. But this is just having a class of logic and it's going away from our logic. So how about we'll use another component for it and ask to connect all of those things. If it's a big deal to show a pop-up, then let's ask it to to just create another component and then have that other component to take over. And then I hope that it will be able to generate more than that. Okay, but before we go and do that, let's maybe ask it to do the screen shake. While elapsed time is smaller than duration, then and then close queue. Oh, thinking about it like a small effect to shake the screen when you're being hit to kind of have some impact, but it all looks so complex. Why? Yeah, sorry. Pass for now. Seems like a good implementation. And on that, let's commit and push. All right. So let's pull. And next thing that I like to do is have that game over pop-up. So make a game over pop-up component. It needs to show a game over message and offer an option to reset the game. It needs to be built in its own file. Let's see what the agent creates for us.
So it says Bulify and create a game pop-up. But it's not integrated with the game. And where did it created it? Because I don't see it here. UI, game over pop-up. Okay. Button. Why it looks so complex? So it has a read, height, position, background, text, font, and button properties. Yeah, button is too much. At least I think it's too much. But what it's doing here, draw is clicked. I don't know. It feels to me like it's starting to build here some UI framework, but aren't there any existing things for a UI game, like buttons? Let's check. Is there a button? Oh, yeah. Is there a button in Python UI game? Or do I need to build it myself? No built-in button classes. This is why. And to build one is actually a complex thing to do in PY game. Okay, so instead of buttons, let's use keys, right? Let's undo this request. No, thank you. And what we can ask in the game when there is a game over, create a pop-up that will guide the user to click escape to exit the game or click R to reset it. Make the pop-up its own component. Okay, let's see how that plays out. So it says, create a new component for the game over pop-up. This component should guide user to click escape to exit the game or E to reset it. E to reset? I thought I clicked out. Then it says, Bulifier game. Integrate the new game over pop-up component into the main game loop. Ensure the pop-up is displayed when the game is over and handle the key press for exiting or resetting the game. I like it that the agent is kind of thinking one step forward and saying, okay, I'm building a pop-up. I know that I need to integrate it with the game, but Despite me saying that all those actions are going to run simultaneously, it just don't care. No, you will figure it out. All right. Let's see how it impacted our game. Or first of all, where is that new component that were created? Yeah, inside UI. Okay, inside UI we have game over pop-up. I don't know. I don't like it here. Let's move it to game. We have all of our stuff in the game, so just keep it like that. Okay. Now we have game over pop-up. Where is our game? And in here we have game over pop-up. And how is it used? Render the when you are in edit mode, it's hard to move the screen. Okay. Render the control game over pop-up to signal the end of the game, allowing restart or exit options. Ensure proper handling of sounds and game state transition using Sound Manager. Sound Manager is so important to them now. I don't remember saying anything about Sound Manager to be mentioned everywhere. Oh, well, let's sync it and let's see how it's been integrated. All right. Commit and push. Right. See. Logic to display game over pop-up. Are you kidding me? Logic to display game over pop-up. It's what? It reached its cap. It's no longer able to generate new stuff. Oh my God. Oh my God. What were the changes here? So in game, it nice. I like it that it's trying to maintain the types as we instructed it to do. But game over pop-up, it creates a new instance of it. That's good. Then during setup, it added if self-running and self-player health is more than 0, display game over. If not running, okay. Don't see how that would happen, but okay. Sound Manager, it says that when we're colliding with player, don't play the game over sound. No, play the explosion sound. That needs to be undone. Yeah, I'm in a wrong comparison screen. I need to compare that. Need to do show history and then compare it with local. Then I will be able to update stuff. Okay. So we are inside game. This is our current version, and this is our previous version. And it added attributes for sounds. No, we don't need that on the game level.
initializing core game components. Okay, so it spoke about game over sound. Start back I'm using. Okay, that's okay. Trigger sound effects. Display game over pop-up when health is 0. Key and exit. Sorry, I'm a little bit mumbling. I'm trying to read what it says here. Why it made so many changes? Looks like a lot of it is not directly related to what we wanted to do. Okay, and then for the game, the actual game updates. So it takes the game pop-up, which is just inside the game. From game, no, it's called, okay. Oh no, don't exit everything. Yeah, okay. I will find it. Oh yeah, it says game over pop-up, I think. Yeah, here we go. And what it needs screen. So it's self screen. And it wants a font and a message. Come on, figure out things by yourself, man. Then a play sound. Yeah, so this is what I wanted to undo. Play the game over sound. Logic to display game over pop-up. Oh my god. Okay. So we can exit the comparison view now. Let's go to game over pop-up. Okay. And I said that we need the font, the same thing we did in here. So during the init, this is your font. And as for the message, it's game over, the end. You can try again by pressing E for some reason, or escape to exit. Oh, I'm away with escape. Right. Here are the instructions. So what is this message? Message surface. Okay, I don't know what this message is. I just keep it as game over, and that's it. Right. Read this. So it's still not working, but how I'm actually integrating with the game over pop-up, where it's even used. It's not used anywhere at the moment. And it has a property to be shown on ads. Oh, and we can also draw it each time. Okay. So I actually like this idea. So during game loop, it's doing handle events, update, check collisions, draw. And let's do self game over pop-up draw. All right. And now to show the game over, we just need to say is visible equals true. That's it. Yeah. And where are all the buttons? They are not handled here. There are instructions for the buttons, but they are not handled in here. We do handle buttons. Okay. Inside events, yeah. We have key down, so we can add if event type let's call it R reset, then call to reset. Okay. Yeah, and I wanted to implement some reset game logic. But meanwhile, let's just do dev reset game pass. Okay. And let's go. So bam, bam, boom, bam, and all right, I saw it. For a blip of a second, I saw the game over pop up, and then it just crashed. Oh, I need to say self reset game. Yeah, but anyway, we didn't get to reset the game. It just crashed and then. And I guess it's because our game loop finished. So let's fix that. We have the game loop. Yeah, is running. And where we are modifying the is running, if player health is 0. So instead of doing it here, oh, come on, undo. Sorry, like that. Instead of doing it here, we want to do it on escape. Handle events, quit. Yeah, we have it, the quit event. And so, yeah, self-running equals false. And this is good. And what we can do meanwhile for reset game, yeah. We can just remove the pop-up for now. Actually, it's just setting the pop-up to false and resetting the health of the player. So it will be self player self toolbar or just health. Player health equals 5. I think this is it. Oh, and score. So score equals 0. Yep. Let's try to run that. So bam, 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 and bam. Game over. Okay, it continues to play, and that annoying music is there as well. press escape to exit or E to reset. So escape is doing nothing, and R indeed resetted the game. Shh, mute. Okay. So let's just fix that message on game over pop-up. Press R to exit or close to exit or R to reset on the screen center. And then one last thing inside the game. If the pop-up is visible, I don't want to run any updates. So during the update, we don't want to do it if is only if it's not visible. False, like that. Okay, if not visible, then update. And let's run this again. Bam, shoot you, bam, 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 and yeah, that's it. The boat's still appearing, but it's a game over. Now we can just press reset, and we're starting all over. Awesome. I think that we have a game, functional working game. So let me commit. Right? And the one last thing that I want to add here, I want to share this game with you guys. So let's see, where can I do it? What is the best and easiest way to share a Python game with the world? Share the source code. All right, going to do that. Create a tool like py installer or cxfigs to package a Python game into a standalone execution. Run the tool, share the exe file. Okay. It's not a web-based. All right. So I will share the source code with you, and I will share the source code with you, and I will share some link to a place where you can go and play this game. It was super fun. It took me several days to build this small game, but I hope you're going to enjoy it. So, see ya.